It began not with lightning or invention, but with a sound so soft it might have been mistaken for a dream. A child lay half awake in the folds of night, listening to a lullaby that drifted through the walls like a half-remembered breeze. The voice was low, unhurried, carrying warmth in every note, and yet it never revealed itself fully. Sometimes it felt like his mother's voice, sometimes like no one he had ever met, a tenderness without a name. Rick didn't understand the words, not entirely, but he understood the feeling. They wrapped around him like the comfort of a blanket he didn't know he needed. He would try to follow the melody with his own humming, quiet enough that no one else would hear, afraid that if he sang too loudly the song might vanish. The strange part was that each time he woke fully, he couldn't recall the tune at all. It slipped away like sand through open fingers. Only the weight of its gentleness stayed with him, a soft residue in the chest, a reminder of something precious but unreachable. Even as a small boy, Rick carried questions he couldn't shape into words. Who was singing to him? Why did the voice always sound distant, as if it belonged to someone just out of reach? Some nights he would sit up in bed, staring at the dim corners of his room, certain he would catch a glimpse of a shadow, a hand, someone sitting quietly beside him. But the corners always remained empty. The silence, when it returned, was heavier than before. Still he waited. Night after night, he waited. It was the kind of waiting only a child could endure. Patient, stubborn, tinged with quiet wonder. On those nights when the song did not come, he would whisper to himself, trying to recreate it, even if he could only remember a single note. It wasn't the music itself that kept him calm, but the feeling of being remembered, of being held in some invisible way. That was the first mystery Rick ever loved, though he didn't yet know it would follow him for the rest of his life. And though he never told anyone about the lullaby, it became the quiet rhythm beneath his days, a secret thread running through him, making even the smallest things feel touched by something unseen. The creak of the floorboards, the way sunlight fell crooked through the window, the hush of wind in the trees. Everything seemed to echo the song he could not recall, and in that echo the beginnings of who he was slowly began to take shape. The lullaby stayed with him like a faint perfume carried by memory, lingering long after the voice itself had gone. By the time Rick was old enough to wander his house without anyone telling him where not to go, he had already begun searching for its source. It was never a conscious decision, more a gentle pull in the chest, like a compass needle pointing toward something unseen. At first, he would linger by the staircase at night, waiting for the sound to return, his small hands gripping the wooden railing as though it might steady him against the strangeness of waiting for something he couldn't explain. The house, with its long corridors and shadowed corners, seemed too large for one family, too alive for simple wood and stone. He began to notice that the house itself carried secrets. Certain doors appeared at odd times, never locked, but strangely reluctant to open. He would push against them and feel resistance, as though the rooms on the other side were waiting for permission to exist. Other times the doorways would stand open, showing only a hallway that stretched farther than it should, the kind of distance that couldn't fit within the walls he knew. As a child, he didn't call it impossible. He simply accepted it, the way children do, folding the strangeness into the fabric of ordinary life. One night, after the lullaby had faded too quickly for him to hum along, Rick followed the faint echo of it into one of these unfamiliar hallways. His bare feet padded softly against the cool wooden floor, each step sending a hush of sound into the air, as though the house were listening. The corridor bent where it shouldn't, turning into another passage lined with faded wallpaper that smelled faintly of dust and rain. The farther he walked, the more he felt the tune stirring at the edge of his memory, as if it were hiding just beyond the next bend. He chased that feeling, not with fear, but with the determination of a child who wants to hold on to something beautiful before it slips away forever. At the end of the hall, he found a door. It was smaller than the others, painted pale blue, the color already chipped and peeling. When he touched the doorknob, it was colder than it should have been. The moment he opened it, the air shifted. The smell of dust gave way to something softer, like flowers that bloomed only at night. He stepped inside. The room was quiet, filled with light that didn't seem to come from any lamp or window. It glowed softly, as though the walls themselves remembered sunlight and were reluctant to let it go. There was no furniture, except for a chair in the corner, rocking gently, though no one sat in it. Rick stood there, wide-eyed, waiting for the singer, waiting for the voice that had lulled him through so many restless nights. But the room was empty. He walked slowly to the chair, his small fingers brushing its wooden arm, as if touching it would reveal who had been there before him. For a moment he thought he felt warmth, like someone had only just risen from it. His heart beat faster, not in fear, but in the strange comfort of knowing he hadn't imagined it all. He whispered to the room, a fragile question. "Are you still here?" The walls did not answer, but the chair gave a single, quiet creak, enough to feel like a reply. That was the first time Rick realized that not all presences needed to be seen. Some could be felt in the hush between moments, in the corners of spaces that seemed empty, in the quiet rocking of a chair when no wind was blowing. It frightened him a little, but it also soothed him. He left the room slowly, promising himself he would return, though he didn't yet understand why. The next day, the hallway where he had found the blue door was gone. He searched for it with the stubborn persistence only a child can have, tracing every corner of the house, knocking gently along the walls, listening for hollow spaces. Nothing. To anyone else, the absence might have been disappointing, but for Rick, it deepened the mystery. If the lullaby had chosen to hide, it meant it belonged to something larger, something that lived between the known and unknown. And somehow he felt that the song wasn't finished with him yet. Nights passed, some filled with silence, others with the faintest thread of melody drifting across his dreams. The house seemed to shift with him, its corridors changing shape, as though it wanted him to keep exploring. He grew used to it, wandering further into its quiet heart, following whispers of sound, flickers of light, or simply the pull of curiosity. Each discovery was small, an old toy that wasn't his, a candle that burned without melting, a book with blank pages that grew warm in his hands. They were never frightening, only strange, and always laced with the feeling of being watched over. It was in these wanderings that Rick began to change. He stopped thinking of the lullaby as something outside himself. Instead, he carried it like an invisible lantern, guiding him through the shifting rooms. He hummed to it, spoke to it, sometimes even argued with it in whispers. It never answered with words, but the house always seemed to shift in response, as if listening. Slowly, the boy who might have been lonely was instead filled with quiet companionship, carried by a voice he could no longer remember, yet somehow always knew. And though the lullaby never returned in full, its memory lived in him, in the way he saw the world, in the way he began to notice the beauty hidden in things others would pass by. He carried it into sleep and into waking, never certain if it belonged to someone he had loved or someone he had yet to meet. What he did know was this: the song had chosen him, and in its absence, it left behind a hunger to understand, to search, to never stop listening for what others could not hear. That hunger was the seed planted quietly in those childhood corridors that would one day grow into the restless mind of a man who could never stop reaching beyond the edges of the known. But for now, he was still just a boy in a shifting house, holding on to a lullaby that had no words, following its echo into the depths of silence. Rick carried the mystery of the vanishing hallway with him, and though he could never find the blue door again, he began to notice that the world around him was filled with smaller echoes of that same strangeness. Each evening, after the hush of the house settled and the grown-ups' voices drifted into the distance, he would sneak into the corners of rooms most people ignored. He checked beneath staircases, behind curtains, along shelves that gathered dust. Sometimes he found nothing, only the silence pressing against him. But other times the smallest things seemed alive in ways he couldn't explain. A crack in the ceiling looked like a map of stars. A shadow on the wall swayed when no light was moving. And once, in the quiet of his room, a glass jar left on the windowsill filled itself with a flicker of pale, trembling light. He had placed the jar there out of habit. Children leave things in places they forget about. Yet that night, as he leaned over to close the window, he noticed the faint glow inside. At first, he thought it was a firefly, but when he lifted the jar, he saw no insect, no creature at all. Just light, moving softly as though it were breathing. He tapped the glass with his finger, and the glow shivered in response. His chest tightened with wonder. Somehow, it reminded him of the lullaby, the same quiet assurance, the same warmth without explanation. He began keeping jars by his bed, lining them up like an audience waiting for something to arrive. Night after night, he left them open and slowly they filled. Some carried only faint glimmers, no brighter than candle smoke. Others shone more brightly, soft gold and pale blue, colors that shifted like moods. Rick whispered to them, the way he whispered to the song when it used to come, as if they might answer him if he asked the right question. They never spoke, but the light pulsed gently, as though listening. In the mornings, when sunlight touched them, the jars went dark again, becoming nothing more than glass. He tried showing them to his family once, tugging on his mother's sleeve and pointing proudly toward the windowsill. But by then the light had already vanished, leaving only empty jars. She patted his head, told him not to play with glass, and sent him back to bed. He didn't try to explain. Some things, he realized even then, weren't meant to be proven. They were meant to be kept quietly, carried close like secrets too fragile for the world. The habit grew into ritual. Each night he gathered the jars, each night they collected light, and each night he felt less alone. He gave them names, not in words, but in feelings. One jar was comfort, another was courage, another longing. He couldn't tell anyone how he knew which was which, only that the lights were different, and when he held them close to his chest, they gave back to him the pieces he sometimes felt were missing. But children grow, and with growth comes doubt. As weeks stretched into months, he began to wonder whether the jars truly filled with light, or whether he only dreamed they did. Some nights he sat staring at them for hours, watching for the glow to arrive, and nothing happened. The glass stayed dark, mocking him with its silence. He felt anger then, a rare feeling for him, sharp and lonely. Yet in those moments, when disappointment threatened to harden into disbelief, he would close his eyes and hum. A note, simple and low, one he could never trace back to its origin. And slowly the light would stir. It wasn't his imagination. It was an answer. That was when Rick began to understand something, though he couldn't yet put it into words. The light wasn't random, it wasn't a trick. It came because he was calling it. Somehow, whatever the lullaby had planted in him, whatever echo it had left behind, it gave him the power to draw these small fragments of brightness out of the air. He was too young to call it a gift, too young to see how unusual it was. To him, it was simply part of the house, part of the way things worked, like sunlight falling through a window, like rain tapping the roof, like secrets waiting to be found. Still, he guarded it. He didn't tell anyone again, not after the first dismissal. The jars became his hidden treasure, his quiet companions in the night. And though he never admitted it aloud, he began to wonder whether the light and the lullaby were connected. Was the voice that once sang to him the same force that now filled his jars? Were these flickers of brightness the missing notes of a song that had once wrapped him in warmth? He didn't know, but the thought stayed with him, weaving its way into his heart like another thread in the tapestry of his childhood. One evening, as he drifted towards sleep, the jars glowed brighter than ever before, flooding the room with a shimmer that made the walls look softer, almost alive. He lay in bed, eyes wide, unable to move, watching the lights swirl and pulse as though they were trying to form something, trying to speak. For a moment, he thought he heard the faintest trace of the lullaby again, not sung, but carried in the rhythm of the glow. His chest ached with longing. He reached out a hand, pressing his palm against the side of the nearest jar, and whispered, "Don't go." The lights held steady, as if honoring his request. And for the first time since the lullaby had left him, he slept without waking, carried into dreams that felt more like places than illusions, more like promises than fading thoughts. When he opened his eyes the next morning, the jars were dark once more, but the feeling stayed with him, a quiet certainty that whatever he had touched that night was real, and that it wasn't finished with him. The boy who once listened at his bedroom walls now carried entire fragments of light at his bedside. And deep inside, though he didn't yet understand it, a hunger was growing. A hunger not only to keep the mystery alive, but to follow it wherever it might lead. Rick never forgot the night the jars held their glow until morning, and though they lay empty by daylight, the memory of that radiance became a kind of fuel. He felt different after it, as if a door inside him had opened a little wider. The world outside the jars seemed sharper, more alive. He noticed things he had ignored before, the way dust motes spun in a golden dance through a beam of sunlight, the soft hum of pipes in the walls, the way shadows sometimes seemed to tilt their heads toward him, listening. It was as though the glow had seeped into his eyes, teaching him to look closer, to expect wonder, even in ordinary things. But hunger grew alongside wonder. Collecting the lights was no longer enough. He wanted to know what they meant, where they came from, why they seemed to answer his voice. Night stretched into experiments, his young mind restless and determined. He tried leaving the jars in different rooms, placing them under his bed, hiding them in cupboards. He even tried sealing one with wax, only to find the glow faded as though suffocated. What the light wanted, it seemed, was space, freedom to shimmer, to breathe. Rick sat for hours just watching, his chin propped on his hands, as though the jars themselves might one day grow tired of silence and tell him their secret. It was during one of these late-night vigils that he made a small discovery. He had left a half-eaten sandwich beside his bed, forgotten on a plate. When he reached for it absent-mindedly, the crumbs spilling against the glass of a jar, the glow inside brightened, pulsing with sudden energy. Rick froze, staring at it. Slowly, carefully, he moved the plate closer, and the light shifted almost as though drawn toward it. His heart thumped in his chest. He whispered softly, "Are you hungry?" The word felt strange on his tongue, but the glow seemed to answer. From then on, he began feeding the jars, not with food exactly, but with little offerings. A torn corner of a drawing, a button from an old shirt, a pebble smoothed by rain. Each object carried some quiet piece of him, and when he dropped them gently inside, the lights responded. Some dimmed as though settling into sleep, while others swelled brighter, filling the glass with colors he had never seen before. Rick felt both frightened and exhilarated, sensing that he had stumbled into something far larger than his small hands could hold. The lullaby returned to him one night in the midst of these experiments, not fully, not in the clear melody he once remembered, but in fragments, a hum that seemed stitched into the air, rising from nowhere, folding itself into the silence of his room. He stopped what he was doing, breath caught in his throat, and listened. The jars glowed in time with the sound, as though the voice were passing through them, using their light as its language. Rick trembled with awe. He wanted to answer, to join in, but his voice cracked when he tried, a boy's broken attempt at singing. Still the jars did not fade. They shimmered brighter, encouraging him. For the first time he sang back. It wasn't beautiful, not the way the voice had been, but it was true, clumsy and earnest. And somehow that seemed to be enough. The lights swirled, filling his room with a soft brilliance that painted his walls in ripples of gold and blue. He sang until his eyelids grew heavy, until his voice gave out, until sleep claimed him like a tide. When he woke, his throat was sore, the jars empty again, but he carried with him a deep certainty. The song was not gone. It was still here, hidden, waiting to be answered. Days bled into weeks, and though the voice never returned as clearly, Rick carried its echo inside him. At school, while the other children scribbled letters or chased one another in games, he found himself distracted, tracing the shape of invisible notes on the edge of his desk, humming faintly until the teacher called his name. He kept to himself more, not out of shyness, but because his thoughts were always elsewhere, on the glow, on the lullaby, on the sense that something vast and secret had chosen him to listen. He didn't tell anyone. Not his family, not his teachers, not the other children. To speak of it would be to risk breaking it, like holding a butterfly too tightly and crushing its wings. Instead, he let it grow in silence, a private rhythm beating beneath the ordinary pulse of days. One night, when the wind rattled the windows and the rain whispered against the roof, Rick sat with his jars lined up in their usual place. The lights flickered faintly, struggling to gather themselves. He leaned close, whispering the way he used to whisper to the chair in the hidden room, the way he once whispered to the walls. "Don't leave me," he said. His words quivered, part plea, part command, and the lights steadied as though obeying. In that moment, something shifted in him. He realized he wasn't just collecting these fragments, he was part of them. They needed him as much as he needed them. And in that realization came a quiet swell of pride, the kind only a child can hold, simple and untainted. He was no longer only a listener, he was part of the song. That night, sleep carried him into a dream unlike any he had known before. He stood in a vast field beneath a sky stitched with unfamiliar constellations. The jars were scattered around him, glowing softly, their light rising like fireflies into the night. In the distance, he saw the outline of someone sitting in a chair, rocking gently, their face hidden. He tried to move closer, but the field stretched endlessly, each step pulling him no nearer. Still the figure lifted its head slightly, and in that tilt he felt the same warmth that once cradled him in song. He woke, with tears on his cheeks, though he couldn't say why. Rick didn't know then that this dream would return to him again and again throughout his life, shifting shape but always carrying the same mystery. For now it was only a memory tucked into his chest, another echo, another question without an answer. But it was enough to keep him listening, to keep him searching, to keep him filling jars with light, as though one day they might glow brightly enough to lead him back to the source of the song. And though the boy could not have known it, these small rituals, the jars, the whispers, the fragile dream of the lullaby, were the first steps down a path he would never leave. A path of restless curiosity, of seeking what others could not see, of chasing the invisible threads that tied the world together. For Rick, the forgotten lullaby was no longer only a memory. It had become a calling. The dream of the chair and the hidden figure stayed with Rick long after it ended, as though it had carved a faint groove into his waking thoughts. Even during the day, when he should have been thinking about lessons or chores, he found himself slipping back into that endless field, trying to imagine what might have happened if he'd been able to walk just a little closer. That distance, that unreachable presence, pressed on him with the same weight as the lullaby, something near enough to feel but never fully seen. And so he kept searching, not only in his jars, but in the quiet corners of the house, in the places where silence seemed too heavy, too watchful to be empty. It was during one of these restless wanderings that Rick first heard the whispers beneath the floorboards. At first, he thought it was the creak of the wood, the usual settling sounds of an old house. But the longer he stood there, listening, the more certain he became that it was not random. The whispers had rhythm, a broken cadence, like sentences spoken too low to understand. He pressed his ear to the floor, cheek against the cool wood, holding his breath so the sound of it wouldn't drown the voices out. They were faint, so faint, but they were there. Rick whispered back. He didn't know why, only that he had always answered when the world reached toward him. "Hello," he said softly, the words slipping from his lips like a secret. For a long moment there was no change, just the same murmuring threads. But then, almost as though stirred by his voice, the whispers shifted. They did not grow clearer, but they grew closer. He felt them vibrating through the floor into his bones, a low hum that made his skin prickle. That night, he returned with one of his jars. He placed it carefully on the floor, where the whispers were strongest, and sat cross-legged before it. At first, nothing happened. The jar stayed dark, and the murmurs stayed hidden in their blur of sound. But Rick waited, the way he always did, patient and stubborn. Hours seemed to slip by, the shadows of his room deepening until he could barely see. Then at last, a faint glow flickered in the jar. It pulsed in uneven rhythm, stuttering like broken syllables. Rick leaned closer, heart pounding, and in the stammer of light he thought he recognized something more than sound. He thought he saw shapes, patterns like letters forming and dissolving before his eyes. He could not read them, not yet, but he knew they were meant for him. After that, the floor became another doorway. He visited it nightly, whispering, listening, offering the jar as though it were an ear that could hear what he could not. The lights came more often, never steady, never complete, but always enough to assure him that something beneath the wood was alive and aware. Sometimes, when he was very tired, he lay stretched across the floorboards, eyes closed, and imagined that the voices belonged to people who lived just below, in a hidden house of their own, He pictured them sitting in their own rocking chairs, speaking in tones too soft to reach the surface, singing lullabies to him through cracks in the world. It gave him comfort, but also unease. There were nights when the whispers sounded strained, almost sorrowful, like weeping he couldn't understand. Other nights they grew sharp, too quick, their rhythm harsh enough to keep him awake long after he left the jar behind. He wondered if he should stop listening, but the thought of turning away felt impossible. Something in him was bound to those voices the same way he was bound to the lullaby and the lights. He had begun to understand that these mysteries were not separate. They were threads in the same fabric, pulling him gently towards something greater. Still, Rick was only a child, and children cannot live on mystery alone. He grew weary at school, his eyes heavy, his notebooks filled with absent-minded sketches of jars, chairs, and crooked staircases. Teachers scolded him, classmates teased him, but none of it touched him deeply. His real life was in the shadows of his house, in the glow of his jars, in the whispers beneath the floor. Ordinary days felt like interruptions, waiting rooms between nights that mattered. One evening, while lying across the boards again, he pressed his palm flat against the floor. The whispers quieted at once, falling into a silence so sudden it felt intentional. Then came a single sound, so clear it startled him upright, a low, drawn-out hum, like the very first note of the lullaby. It was not imagined, it was not broken, it was real, vibrating up through the wood into his hand, steady and undeniable. For a moment Rick's heart leapt with joy. He whispered, "You remember," though he wasn't sure if he was speaking to the voices, to the light, or to the song itself. The hum faded, but it left behind a certainty. He was not only listening anymore, he was being heard. From then on, Rick began to treat the whispers not just as companions but as teachers. He hummed back to them, tapping rhythms against the boards, experimenting with sound the way he had experimented with light. Sometimes the voices echoed his patterns, sometimes they ignored them, sometimes they responded with new ones. Each exchange felt like learning a language without words, a secret tongue that no one else in the house could hear. It was during one of these exchanges that Rick noticed something new. The jars he had left scattered across the floor filled more quickly when the whispers were near. Their light seemed richer, steadier, no longer just fragile flickers but full-bodied glows that filled the room. He realized with a thrill that the whispers and the light were connected, feeding one another, drawing strength from their shared presence. He could feel it in the air, a gentle tension like the moment before a storm, full of promise. But with that promise came a shadow of fear. The stronger the lights became, the stranger his dreams grew. They stretched longer, heavier, filled with images he could not explain, vast fields of broken stars, oceans that sang in voices too many to count, doors swinging open in endless corridors. Always, somewhere within those dreams, the lullaby waited, threading its notes through everything. But it was no longer only comforting. At times, it felt like a plea, a call for him to come closer, to step farther than he had ever dared. Rick woke from those dreams restless, his heart aching with questions. He wanted answers, but answers never came directly. Only fragments, only echoes, and yet those fragments were enough to keep him moving forward. The boy who once collected light in jars and pressed his ear to the floorboards was no longer only searching. He was learning. Learning to see what was hidden. Learning to listen to what the world did not say aloud. And though he did not yet realize it, every hum, every glow, every whisper through the wood was shaping him into someone who would never again be able to accept the surface of things. someone who would always look deeper, always follow the sound that others ignored. The boy was becoming the seeker, step by step, guided by a song that refused to let him go. The nights had grown heavier, though Rick could not have said why. The air itself seemed thicker, charged with something that pressed against his skin, making even silence feel alive. The whispers beneath the floor no longer came as fragments scattered in the dark. They had grown steady, deliberate, as though the hidden voices had decided he was ready to hear more. And always, when they spoke, the jars at his side filled with light, richer than before, their glow spreading out across the wooden boards until the room seemed less like a child's bedroom and more like a lantern chamber carved from starlight. Rick would sit for hours in that glow, small knees drawn to his chest, waiting. He no longer asked simple questions, "Who are you?" or "What do you want?" because he understood now that the voices could not answer in words. Instead, he offered them pieces of himself. He hummed the fragments of the lullaby he remembered, soft and broken, and the whispers shifted in response, bending themselves around his sound, making it larger, deeper, older than he could have ever produced on his own. Sometimes the room seemed to hum with him, the walls trembling faintly, the boards beneath his hand quivering with resonance. It frightened him, it thrilled him. One evening, as the hum reached its peak, Rick noticed something strange. The light from his jars did not stop at the floor. It seeped between the cracks of the wood, spilling downward into whatever space lay below. The whispers grew louder as the glow deepened, like roots drinking water. His chest tightened. He leaned closer, watching as one jar shivered in place, its glass rattling as though trying to sink into the floor itself. Rick snatched it up before it could vanish, holding it close to his chest, heart hammering with the realization that whatever lived beneath him was not separate from his light. It was feeding on it. He lay awake, long after, staring at the ceiling, trying to untangle what it meant. If the voices were drawing strength from the jars, then he wasn't just listening, he was giving, offering pieces of something he barely understood. And if they grew stronger with each gift, what would they do with that strength? The thought both unsettled and excited him. A part of him wanted to stop, to lock the jars away, to silence the hum, but another, louder part of him, the part that always pressed forward into mystery, ached to give more. That ache grew impossible to ignore when the dreams changed again. He no longer dreamed only of endless fields or oceans of sound. He began to dream of a garden. It was unlike any garden he had ever seen. No flowers, no trees, no soil. Instead, it was filled with machines, rusted and half-buried, their arms and wheels entwined like vines. They leaned toward him as he walked, their broken gears clicking faintly, their metal frames glowing faintly with the same light he had trapped in jars. At the center of the garden stood a gate, towering and intricate, woven from wires and roots together, pulsing as though alive. He could hear the lullaby woven into its hum, deep and low, beckoning him closer. But always, before he could reach it, he woke. The first few times he thought it was only a dream. But the more often it returned, the more certain he became that it was something more. The whispers beneath the floor seemed to confirm this, growing restless when he spoke of the gate, vibrating so hard against the boards that he thought they might splinter. The dream and the voices were tied together, pointing him toward something hidden beyond the reach of daylight. He felt it pressing at the edge of his world like a secret waiting to break through. It was in the middle of one restless night, jar clutched in his hands, that he decided to follow. He could not say where the impulse came from, only that it felt like the natural continuation of everything before it. He waited until the whispers swelled, until the hum of the lullaby throbbed faintly in the boards, and then he rose from his bed. He carried the jar as a lantern, its glow painting the hallway walls with restless light, and padded barefoot through the house. He stopped before the door at the far end of the corridor, the one no one used. It was plain and unremarkable, but Rick had always felt it listening. He turned the knob slowly, expecting resistance, but it gave way with ease, swinging open to reveal a staircase descending into dark. A smell rose from below, earthy and metallic at once, like damp soil laced with rust. The whispers surged in his ears, not from beneath the boards this time, but from the staircase itself, urging him down. Step by step, he descended, the jar trembling faintly in his grasp. The deeper he went, the more the air thickened, humming softly against his skin. At the bottom, he found a room unlike any he had known. It was neither basement nor cellar, though it lay beneath the house. It was a chamber carved from stone and shadow, lined with machines half swallowed by earth. They were ancient, covered in moss and wires, their shapes unfamiliar, but eerily alive. Rick's breath caught in his throat. This was the garden of his dreams, waiting here all along. The machines shifted faintly as he stepped closer, their rusted joints groaning. The jar in his hands pulsed, and the glow spread outward, reflected in the hollow sockets of the machines. They stirred, not awake, but listening, the way the whispers had always listened. The hum of the lullaby rose in the air, faint at first, then swelling until it filled the chamber. It did not come from any one place, it came from all of it, from the machines, the walls, the earth itself. Rick felt it coil around his heart, pulling him toward the center, where the tangled gate from his dreams stood waiting. He stopped before it, the jar trembling so violently that he feared it would shatter. The gate was immense up close, woven of wire and root, pulsing with light that mirrored his own. He could feel it breathing, hear the lullaby within its core, stronger than ever. He raised the jar, uncertain what to do, but knowing instinctively that this was what everything had been leading to. For a moment, the whispers fell silent, as though holding their breath. The gate's glow swelled, rising and falling like a heartbeat. Rick pressed his hand to its surface, expecting cold metal, but instead he felt warmth, alive, thrumming, welcoming. A rush of images flooded him, stars collapsing into themselves, vast halls of mirrors reflecting infinities, and always, always the song. It was too much, overwhelming, and he staggered back, clutching his chest. The jar slipped from his hand and shattered on the stone floor, spilling its light across the chamber. The machine stirred, the whispers roared, the gate pulsed like a living thing. And Rick, trembling in the glow, understood that there was no turning back. He had found the garden. He had touched the gate. The song was no longer something he only remembered. It was something alive, reaching through him, reshaping him. He did not yet know what it wanted, only that it had chosen him, and that its call would follow him for the rest of his life. The light from the shattered jar did not fade. It spread across the stone floor like water, winding its way into the cracks, seeping into the roots and wires that bound the chamber together. Rick staggered backward, watching with wide eyes as the machines around him trembled in response, their rusted limbs creaking, their hollow sockets flickering faintly with stolen glow. The whispers returned, not from beneath the boards above, but from all directions at once, inside the walls, the machines, even within the rhythm of his own pulse. They had never been this strong, this present. They were no longer hidden. They were awake. Rick pressed himself against the cold wall, clutching his chest as if to steady the storm inside him. The fragments of the lullaby hummed in his bones, vibrating through his ribs, pulsing with the rhythm of the gate at the chamber's center. He could feel it tethering him, stitching his breath to its breath, his heartbeat to its vast, slow thrum. He wanted to turn away, to run back up the stairs and shut the door forever. But a deeper part of him, the part that had always leaned toward mystery instead of safety, would not let him move. He belonged to this moment, as though he had been walking toward it his entire life. The spilled light reached the gate at last. The tangled weave of wire and root shivered as it absorbed the glow, its pulsing heartbeat growing steadier, louder. For the first time, Rick realized it wasn't just a structure. It was a mouth, a threshold, a thing that could open. And it wanted to open. He could feel it yearning, pulling at him with invisible threads, coaxing him closer. His body leaned forward before his mind could resist, hand half raised, as though ready to touch the gate again, to feed it more of himself. But then the chamber shifted. A low groan reverberated through the machines, deeper than any human sound, and the lullaby faltered, fractured into strange dissonance. The whispers became harsh, overlapping too quickly for him to pass, a cacophony of half-formed words. He clapped his hands over his ears, but the voices were inside him, pressing against his skull, bending his thoughts until he could not tell which were his own. Panic clawed at his throat. He had given too much. He had awakened something that wasn't ready to be understood. In desperation, Rick turned toward the broken jar. The shards glimmered faintly, their edges still sharp with light. He scrambled to gather them, ignoring the sting in his fingers, cupping the fragments against his chest as though he could coax the glow back into stillness. And slowly, impossibly, it worked. The hum within him softened. The voices ebbed, not gone, but quieter, watching rather than overwhelming. The machines settled, their creaking fading into silence, their sockets dim once more. Only the gate continued to pulse, slow and patient, as though it had tasted enough to wait for the rest. Rick collapsed onto the floor, breath ragged, hands trembling around the shards. He sat there for what felt like hours, though it could not have been more than minutes, staring at the gate while the lullaby whispered faintly in his bones. He knew now that he could not escape it, not by sealing the door, not by pretending none of this existed. The song had entered him, reshaped him, marked him. He could run, but it would follow. It always had. When at last he rose, his body felt heavy, as though he carried part of the chamber with him. He tucked the shards of the jar into his pockets, their faint glow pressing against his skin, and made his way back up the stairs. Each step creaked louder than usual. Each shadow along the corridor seemed thicker, as though the world above was no longer untouched by what lay below. When he reached his room, he placed the shards carefully beside the remaining jars, their glow strange against the steady light within the glass. They did not blend, but neither did they resist. They seemed to wait, like unfinished sentences. Sleep did not come easily. When it did, he returned to the garden, but it was different now. The machines were not silent. They shifted as he passed, gears turning, arms twitching faintly as though reaching for him. Their sockets glowed faintly, mirroring the shards in his pockets. And the gate, it was wider than before, not open, not yet, but loosening, its weave untangling strand by strand. Through its gaps, Rick thought he saw a sky unlike any he had ever known, vast and violet, dotted with stars that moved as if alive, a place that was waiting for him. He woke with tears on his face, though he did not know if they were born of fear or longing. The lullaby hummed faintly in his ears, even in waking, softer than before, but constant, a presence that lingered no matter how he tried to ignore it. He touched the shards in his pocket and felt them thrum in response, alive in his hand. He knew then that the jars were no longer enough. The whispers would not be content with fragments. The song itself would not rest until he had given it everything. The following nights blurred into one another. Rick stopped resisting the hum. He leaned into it, listening not with his ears, but with something deeper, something beneath thought. He traced the patterns in the whispers, sketched their rhythms into notebooks he kept hidden beneath his bed. He experimented with the machines, cautious at first, then bold, pressing shards of glow into their sockets, watching as they stirred for a few fleeting seconds before lapsing again into dormancy. Each success, no matter how small, pulled him further in. He began to understand, not fully, not yet, but enough, that the machines were not broken, they were incomplete. They were waiting for him to finish what had been started. And always, the gate pulsed below, waiting, breathing, calling. Rick lay awake one night, staring at the ceiling, shards glowing faintly at his side, jars flickering in rhythm with his heartbeat. He no longer wondered if he should stop. That question had passed. The only question that remained was when. When he would have the courage to touch the gate again, when he would allow it to open, when he would step through into whatever lay beyond. Because now he knew it was not only the gate that was waiting. Something on the other side was waiting too. And it had been waiting for him alone. Rick could not recall the exact moment when the boundary between dream and waking began to blur. But by the 8th night of listening, he no longer tried to separate them. The lullaby threaded itself through his every breath, weaving into his thoughts, curling through the silence of his room. Even when he walked the corridors above, when he stared out at the empty skies or lay in the stillness of his laboratory, the hum remained. It was as though the world around him was the dream, and only in the chamber below did truth take form. He told himself he would resist. He told himself he could wait, that he could study slowly, control his pace, remain the master of the rhythm. But each night his hands moved almost of their own accord, tracing symbols on his desk, aligning shards of glow with wires, attempting to coax sparks of life into his crude arrangements. Sometimes they flared, brief flickers of light, a hum like the echo of breath. And other times they failed, leaving nothing but cold silence. Yet even in failure he felt the gate's patient pulse reverberate through him, as though reminding him that all attempts were only steps toward its inevitability. The more he touched the shards, the more they touched him. His fingers no longer burned when the light seeped into them. Instead it tingled, familiar, almost welcome. He found that his thoughts moved faster when he held them close, patterns unfolding in elegant symmetry, equations that once felt ungraspable aligning with quiet clarity. It was as though the song lent him fragments of its memory, showing him glimpses of how the machines might fit together, how the broken could be made whole. He scribbled without pause, pages filled with diagrams and phrases he could barely recognize as his own. At times he would awaken at his desk to find his hand still moving, drawing shapes that curled into spirals, roots, lattices, always leading back to the form of the gate. One night, unable to resist, Rick returned to the chamber. He carried with him not only the shards, but also a small construct he had fashioned from them, light bound in a lattice of wire and steel, humming faintly, trembling, as though eager to breathe. He approached the gate slowly, every step heavy with the weight of decision. His creation pulsed in his hands, synchronizing with the rhythm of the gate, strands of glow reaching outward like roots, hungry for soil. He hesitated at the threshold, staring into the weave of root and wire. The last time he had touched it, the voices had nearly drowned him. but the silence now felt more dangerous than noise. To stand here and do nothing was to suffocate. So he raised the construct and pressed it against the wire surface of the gate. The reaction was immediate. Light spilled through the chamber, not in a burst, but in a flood, as though the gate had been waiting only for the smallest offering to awaken fully. The weave expanded, roots twisting apart, wires uncoiling, revealing a narrow fissure that pulsed with a light unlike any he had ever seen. It was not glow, not machine, not fire. It was alive, like the memory of a sky he had never known. His knees weakened beneath him as he realized he was staring at the first true opening, the first glimpse of beyond. The lullaby rose, no longer fragmented. A voice, clear, haunting, impossibly familiar, threaded itself through the chamber. It was not inside his head this time. It filled the air, vibrating against the walls, shaping the silence into song. Rick staggered forward, hand pressed against the opening, eyes straining to see through the fissure. He glimpsed movement, a silhouette shifting in the violet haze beyond, vast yet graceful, like a figure half hidden in mist. His chest constricted. A memory surfaced, unbidden, the warmth of arms around him, the faint rhythm of the same song, sung long ago in a voice he had not remembered until now. He whispered a word he did not know he had carried within him. A name, or something close to it. The figure stirred as though hearing, but before it could take form, the fissure shuddered violently. The gate resisted, trembling under its own strain, wires snapping taut, roots curling tighter. The opening began to collapse, the voice distorting, unraveling into broken fragments once more. "No," Rick gasped, pressing harder against the surface. His construct flared in his hand, light spilling wildly, shards straining against their bindings. For a moment the fissure widened again, just enough for the lullaby to surge back, clear and whole, wrapping around him with unbearable tenderness, and then, with a sound like a heart tearing, the construct shattered. The chamber plunged into silence, the fissure sealed, only the faintest glow remained, pulsing weakly within the gate, as though mocking him with its patience. Rick fell to his knees, shards scattering across the floor, his breath ragged, his hands trembling. The memory of the song still rang in him, but now it was unbearable in its incompleteness. He had seen something, someone, and the loss of it left a hollow ache deeper than any fear he had ever known. He gathered the broken fragments, his hands shaking not with despair, but with determination. The gate had shown him what lay beyond. It had offered a glimpse, enough to make him hunger, enough to bind him. He could not leave it unfinished. He would not. The lullaby had been his since childhood, haunting him without explanation, threading itself through his mind like a parasite or a blessing. Now he knew it was neither. It was a summons. When he returned to his room, he spread the shards across his desk and began again. Every failed design, every crude attempt, every sleepless night was only preparation. He would not stop until he built something strong enough to hold. The machines were waiting. The gate was waiting. And beyond it, something else was waiting too. Something that had known him before he knew himself. As dawn crept over the horizon, Rick stood at his desk, eyes bloodshot, hands raw from work, and whispered to the silence, "I'm coming back." The lullaby answered, faint and patient, winding through the air like a promise. The days that followed blurred into one another, yet Rick scarcely noticed. Sleep became a fragile thing, no longer tied to night or day, but instead stolen in shallow fragments between long hours of fevered work. His desk was no longer a place for notes or idle experiments. It had transformed into a battlefield of wires, tools, and shards that pulsed faintly whenever his hands drew near. The air in his quarters grew thick with the smell of solder and burning circuits, a haze that clung to his skin and hair. He could not stop. The glimpse through the fissure had etched itself into him like a scar that burned whenever he closed his eyes. That silhouette beyond, the way the lullaby had lifted into something whole, the unbearable warmth of recognition. It was more than curiosity now. It was need, the kind that gnawed at him, that hollowed him out and filled the space with obsession. He told himself it was science, that it was knowledge, but beneath the words, something deeper whispered. It was destiny. He rebuilt his first construct 12 times, each iteration more complex than the last, but every attempt ended in collapse. The shards resisted him, singing of patterns he almost understood, but not quite. He began to hear faint harmonies even when he was away from his workbench, small chimes woven into the corners of silence. Once, as he walked the long corridor toward the chamber, he thought he heard footsteps behind him, soft and deliberate. When he turned, there was only emptiness stretching into shadow. Still the song lingered, as if someone had been there all along, humming just out of sight. The chamber below became his temple. Every night he descended with offerings, new devices, fragile lattices of glow and wire, half-born engines that hummed with unstable light. Each time he pressed them against the surface of the gate, each time he tried to force it open, the results were the same: a flicker, a tremor, a brief widening that revealed nothing more than a shadow before collapsing again. Yet Rick was not discouraged. Failure no longer meant defeat. It was only a lesson, a correction whispered in the static of the lullaby. His hands shook constantly now, not from exhaustion alone, but from the residue of the glow itself. He could feel it threading through his veins, subtle currents humming beneath his skin. Sometimes his reflection in the darkened glass of his instruments seemed to shimmer faintly, as though the shards had left their imprint upon him. He did not mind. If it meant becoming a vessel strong enough to bear what lay beyond the gate, then he welcomed it. One night, after another failed attempt left the chamber echoing with silence, Rick collapsed against the base of the gate. His chest heaved, his fingers raw and bloodied where shards had cut into him, but he refused to leave. The silence felt unbearable, like abandonment. He closed his eyes, pressed his forehead to the cold weave of root and wire, and whispered. Not words of science this time, not equations, not theories, but a plea. Show me how. For a long time, there was nothing. Then softly, almost imperceptibly, the lullaby rose. Not from the gate, but from within him. It was his own voice, or something using it, humming the forgotten melody. The sound resonated in his chest, in his bones, as though the song had always been inside him, waiting for the right moment to surface. His hands, without conscious thought, began to move. He drew shapes in the dust at his feet, spirals, lattices, interlocking sigils that mirrored the designs he had scribbled in restless sleep. When his eyes opened, he saw them glowing faintly, the lines burning themselves into the floor as though the gate had accepted the offering. From that night forward, Rick no longer designed blindly. The patterns came to him with startling clarity, visions flashing through his mind like blueprints laid by unseen hands. He saw machines vast enough to channel the glow without shattering, circuits braided into living root, engines that pulsed like hearts. His room could no longer contain the scope of what he imagined. He needed more space, more power, more time. The chamber itself would have to become his laboratory. He stripped the walls bare, dragging down old conduits, bending pipes into frames. He hollowed the floor to fit engines, repurposed scraps from his earlier failures, and rebuilt them into foundations for something greater. He worked without pause, every movement guided by the faint song that threaded through his mind. The chamber grew alive with the hum of his machines, a resonance that seemed to merge with the pulse of the gate itself. The first time he powered his new construct, the entire chamber trembled. The fissure widened farther than it ever had before, spilling light across the walls, illuminating the veins in the root and the trembling arcs of wire. Through the opening, he saw more clearly now, the outline of towers twisting into a violet horizon, a landscape not of earth or stone, but something fluid, shifting, alive. And among it, the same silhouette stood waiting, patient, as though it had always known he would return. Rick stumbled closer, arms outstretched, his heart pounding with a rhythm that matched the lullaby echoing through the chamber. The figure raised its head, and though its face remained shrouded, he felt a recognition strike him like lightning. It was not just familiarity, it was belonging. Then the construct buckled. Sparks erupted, shards cracking under the strain, wires snapping with violent force. The fissure spasmed, flickering wildly. The song rose into a desperate crescendo, the voice straining against the collapse. Rick shouted, his hands flying across the controls, trying to stabilize it, but it was too late. The fissure sealed shut once more, leaving only silence. He fell to his knees, the ruins of his work scattered around him, his body shaking with rage and grief. For long minutes he remained there, unable to move, the silence pressing on him like a weight. Yet, even in the hollow of despair, something within him refused to yield. He had seen further than before. He had come closer. The failure only proved that he was on the right path. As he gathered the wreckage of his machine, his bloodied hands trembling, the lullaby stirred faintly in the back of his mind. Not mocking, not distant, encouraging, guiding. It promised him that the gate would open, that he would find the figure beyond, that the song he had carried since childhood would finally be answered. Rick stood slowly, his resolve sharper than ever. The chamber smelled of smoke and broken wires, but to him it was the scent of progress. He whispered into the silence, voice hoarse but unwavering. "You're there. I'll find you. I'll tear the universe apart if I have to." The gate pulsed once, faint but deliberate, as though acknowledging his vow. And with that, Rick turned back to his desk, already sketching the next design, his obsession blooming into something vast and unstoppable. The chamber was no longer silent. Every surface hummed now with a quiet resonance, as though the failed experiment had awakened something dormant in the root and wire of the gate. Rick could feel it in the air, like static before a storm, an unseen vibration that made the walls breathe and the floor pulse beneath his boots. He knew the fissure was not resisting him anymore, it was waiting. All he needed was the right design, the right offering, the right act of will to wrench it open and hold it there. His sketches sprawled across the floor, layered one over another in a chaos of spirals, lattices, and impossible architectures. What he built next would no longer be an experiment. It would be a machine in the truest sense, one that existed for a single purpose: to break open the veil. He scavenged tirelessly, tearing through storerooms, dismantling dormant engines from other projects, stealing parts from corridors long abandoned. The base beneath him became gutted, reshaped by his hands into something unrecognizable. Every night he returned to the chamber and built higher, wider, deeper. The structure began as a frame of interlocking roots and wires, but soon it rose into a towering lattice that stretched toward the ceiling, its ribs glowing faintly as though alive. He wove shards into its skeleton, embedding them like organs, each one humming with a fragment of the lullaby. When he stood back, exhausted, the construct resembled something not entirely mechanical, more like a body, incomplete but waiting for breath. The work consumed him. He slept where he stood, slumped against the base of his machine, waking only to continue. His reflection in the polished fragments grew thinner, sharper, his eyes ringed with violet light. His voice sometimes slipped into murmurs of the lullaby without his knowing, the melody threading through his words like a second tongue. He no longer cared. If the glow was changing him, it was only preparing him to stand on the other side. The first trial came weeks later, though time itself had begun to lose meaning. Rick stood before the finished lattice, hands trembling, as he primed the engines he had buried beneath the chamber. The air grew thick, humming with pressure, the glow crawling over the machine's frame in ripples of light. When he activated it, the fissure shuddered and widened at once, spilling radiance into the chamber with a force that nearly knocked him to the ground. For the briefest instant, it held. The opening yawned wider than ever before, showing him a horizon of endless violet towers, a sky shifting with rivers of light, and in the distance, the same figure waiting at the edge of perception. Rick's chest constricted as he reached forward, his hand brushing the veil, feeling warmth like the skin of another across the gulf. Then the machine screamed, sparks burst from its frame, shards cracked, and engines roared as though in pain. The fissure buckled violently, threatening to collapse and drag everything with it. Rick lunged for the controls, forcing more power into the lattice, stabilizing it for a moment longer. His body trembled under the strain, blood seeping from his nose, yet he refused to let go. The song rose louder in his ears, urging him, pleading with him to hold on. But the lattice gave way. The collapse was sudden, brutal, an implosion that threw Rick across the chamber and left the machine in ruins. The fissure snapped shut with a sound like the universe itself drawing breath. Silence followed, thick, crushing silence. Rick lay on the ground, chest heaving, vision blurred, his body ached with every breath, but the fire in his mind burned brighter than ever. He had seen it more clearly than before. He had touched it. The failure didn't crush him, it sharpened him. He understood now that the machine wasn't strong enough to bear the weight of what lay beyond. He needed something larger, stronger, not merely built of shards and wire, but alive, rooted into the foundation of the world itself. The thought terrified him at first, but it lingered, refusing to fade. What if the chamber itself could be shaped into the machine? What if the base, the walls, the veins of root stretching into the planet were all part of the design waiting to be awakened? He began to study not only the shards, but the structure of the place itself, the way the roots pulsed faintly with the same glow, the way the air vibrated in harmony with his machines. It was all connected, all one vast system that had been dormant until he stumbled upon it. And so his obsession grew larger. He no longer worked with fragments alone. He carved into the chamber's walls, grafting conduits directly into the veins of root, feeding his designs into the structure itself. The machine was no longer separate from the chamber. The chamber was becoming the machine. Nights blurred into one another as the chamber transformed around him. The air thickened with heat and light, the walls pulsing as though alive. Rick moved through it all with a fevered clarity, every motion guided by the lullaby that never ceased humming at the edges of his mind. He no longer questioned where the knowledge came from, whether it was memory, invention, or the voice beyond. It was enough that it worked, that each step carried him closer. Yet, amid the progress, shadows deepened. He began to notice the cost of his obsession etched into his body. His hands shook uncontrollably, his veins faintly aglow beneath his skin. Sometimes when he spoke, the words bent unnaturally, echoing in strange harmonics. He caught his reflection once in a fragment of polished metal, and saw not his own eyes staring back, but something brighter, something inhuman. Still he did not stop. He couldn't. At last the chamber machine was ready. Towers of wire and root coiled upward, engines pulsed like hearts beneath the floor, shards glowed in synchrony like stars strung across a living sky. When Rick stood at the center, he felt not like a man before a device, but like a conductor before an orchestra, every note waiting for his hand. He activated it with a single breath. The chamber roared to life. Light erupted in spirals, the walls shuddering as the fissure tore open, wider than ever, stable at last. Rick staggered forward, heart hammering as he saw the horizon of violet towers stretch endlessly, the rivers of light flowing in arcs above. The figure stood closer now, clearer, its outline radiant. And this time the song did not come from his memory or his mind. It came directly from beyond, vast and whole, carrying his name in its current. Rick reached forward, his fingers trembling as the veil rippled before him. He felt warmth, real and undeniable. The gate was open. The way was clear. But even as he stood on the threshold, another truth struck him. The machine was not stable. The chamber groaned violently, shards cracking under the strain, the roots tearing themselves apart. If he stepped through now, it might all collapse behind him, leaving no way back. Yet if he hesitated, the chance might vanish forever. The lullaby rose louder, urgent, pleading. The figure extended its hand. Rick's breath caught. His heart felt as though it would burst. The decision pressed upon him with unbearable weight, and still he did not retreat. Rick stood at the threshold, the chamber alive around him, every pulse of the machine echoing like a heartbeat beneath his ribs. The fissure stretched open wider than ever before, its light spilling across his skin in bands of violet and gold. The figure beyond raised its hand, still distant, yet closer than it had ever been, its shape trembling with warmth, as though it were made of memory and flame. The lullaby thundered through him, not gentle now, not faint, but vast and commanding, filling his skull until he could barely think. Every note pressed him forward, each syllable of the wordless song carrying the same plea: step through. His hand hovered before the veil, fingers trembling in the radiant glow. He could feel its warmth like breath, real and alive. But behind that promise came the violent groan of the machine, its roots twisting and cracking in protest, its towers of wire straining under pressure. The whole chamber shuddered as though it were tearing itself apart to keep the fissure open. Rick clenched his jaw, the weight of the choice pressing harder with each heartbeat. If he entered now, the gateway could collapse behind him, sealing him away in a world he knew nothing about. If he hesitated, it could all vanish, and the chance might never come again. He thought of nothing else, no future, no consequences, no voices but the one calling to him. His life up until this moment blurred into insignificance. Every calculation, every cut across his hands, every night spent breaking himself against machines had led to this singular instant. He knew if he stepped back now, it would haunt him forever, a door glimpsed but never opened. His chest rose with a sharp breath, decision crystallizing in his bones. He stepped forward. The veil rippled under his touch, not like water, but like a living skin giving way, stretching to admit him. The instant he pushed through, light consumed him whole. He expected heat, fire, the tearing of flesh, but instead came weightlessness, a flood of sensation that carried him as if he were nothing more than a note in the song itself. His body dissolved, his bones and blood unraveling into light. Yet somehow he remained aware, drifting between chords of violet and gold. He no longer moved by walking but by thought, carried deeper into the brilliance. When the light broke, he stood upon a plain unlike anything he had ever known. The ground shimmered beneath him, not stone, not earth, but a surface of endless shifting glass that reflected skies of flowing radiance. Towers of violet crystal rose in impossible spirals, their tops vanishing into rivers of light that coursed across the heavens. The air thrummed with harmonics, each vibration carrying voices, countless voices, whispering in languages older than sound itself. Rick's breath caught, his chest aching with awe. The figure was waiting, no longer distant, no longer veiled in blur, but standing only steps away. Its form was tall, graceful, woven from streams of light that cascaded like hair, its outline rippling between human and something more. When it moved, the lullaby came directly from its presence, each step resonating in Rick's bones. He felt weak before it, small, yet also seen, truly seen. Rick, the figure spoke, not with lips, but with the whole air around him, the syllables carved into him as though they had always belonged there. His heart jolted violently in his chest. No one here should have known his name, not in this place beyond stars. Yet the sound carried familiarity, like hearing his own voice echoed in a dream. He staggered forward, unable to stop himself. "You—" His throat tightened, the word nearly breaking. "I know you. I've—" His memory stuttered, fragments flickering, a crib, shadows leaning close, a melody sung soft against his ear. The fragments were incomplete, faint, but they were hers. The figure reached toward him, and when its hand touched his, warmth flooded his body with a force so overwhelming that tears blurred his vision. For a heartbeat, he was a child again, the melody wrapping around him in safety. He wanted to collapse into it, to let go of everything he had been carrying, the pain, the loneliness, the madness of endless work. Here it all softened, dissolved in the radiance. But behind the sweetness came something sharper, something buried. As the figure's hand lingered on his, images surged into him, cities of light burning into collapse, worlds shattered in spirals of fire, rivers of radiance twisted into storms of chaos. The lullaby warped, its notes bending into cries of despair. Rick recoiled, breath ragged, the vision searing his mind. The figure's eyes, two pools of endless gold, locked on his, filled not with malice but sorrow. "You were never meant to return," it said, its voice trembling, layered with grief. "But you carry the fragments. You kept the song alive." Rick's head spun. "What do you mean? Who are you?" His voice cracked with desperation. "What am I to you?" The figure drew closer, its presence pressing against him with unbearable weight, both comforting and crushing. "You are the echo of what was lost," it said, "a piece carried forward, a child of the lullaby." The words struck him like thunder, his knees nearly buckled under their weight. A child of the lullaby. The meaning coiled in his chest, half-formed, half-hidden. Was she telling him he belonged to this place? That the fragment of song he had carried all his life was not memory, but inheritance? His breath came fast, trembling. "I don't," he stammered, clutching his head as the vision surged again, his machines, his obsessions, every path that had led him here. They weren't accidents, they were inevitable, carved into him from the beginning. The figure's touch had awakened something, and he knew, with sudden, shattering clarity, that his work had not been discovery, but remembrance. He had been building his way back. The chamber trembled behind him, faintly audible even here. He realized with horror that the machine holding the fissure open was failing. The connection strained, cracking. The figure's gaze did not falter, though sorrow deepened in its eyes. "You cannot remain," it whispered, the words laced with ache. "Not yet. The bridge will break." Rick shook his head violently. "Number I didn't come this far just to—" His voice cracked. He stepped closer, gripping the figure's arms, desperate. "You can't just send me back. Not after—" His throat closed, his words breaking into a raw, strangled cry. The figure's radiance wrapped around him like a final embrace. "You will return," it said gently, "but the song will remain with you. And one day, when the bridge is whole, you will cross without end." Light erupted. The plane shattered into fragments of radiance, the towers dissolving, the rivers collapsing into spirals. Rick screamed as the world unraveled, the figure's presence slipping from his grasp, the lullaby lingering one last time before dissolving into silence. He was pulled backward violently, his body ripped through the veil, his chest burning with unbearable loss. He crashed onto the chamber floor. The fissure slammed shut behind him, the lattice of roots and wires collapsing into ruin. Engines sputtered and died, shards cracked into dust. Smoke filled the air, and Rick lay there, broken, trembling, the echo of the lullaby fading in his skull. His hand still burned with the warmth of her touch, though nothing remained but silence. For a long time he did not move. Only his breath shook the silence, ragged and uneven. He had seen her, he had touched her, he had heard the truth, though its meaning still fractured inside him. And though he had been torn back, one truth anchored itself deeper than despair. He could never stop now. Not until he crossed again, not until the bridge was whole. The song might have faded, but it lived within him still, more urgent than ever. Rick sat up slowly, his eyes burning with new fire. Around him the chamber lay in ruin, but in his mind the work was already beginning again. Smoke lingered in the broken chamber, heavy and choking, wrapping the ruin in a silence that seemed to stretch endlessly. Rick sat slumped against the shattered remains of a console, his chest heaving, his hands trembling from the aftershock of what he had seen. The warmth of the figure's touch still burned faintly in his palm, a ghost of contact that no machine could replicate, no equation could define. His mind reeled, every rational structure of thought crumbling under the weight of what had been revealed. He had touched something beyond all measure of science, something alive, ancient, and inexplicably tied to him. But the fissure was gone. The machine lay in ruin, wires curling like severed veins, the hum of energy silenced. Rick pushed himself to his feet, unsteady, his eyes scanning the devastation. The roots of metal and flesh that had held the chamber together sagged in. Collapse, dripping sparks like dying stars. For the first time in what felt like years, the silence was absolute. No pulse, no song. Only the faint echo of the lullaby replayed in his head, half remembered, half dreamt. The ache of loss gnawed at him. He wanted to scream, to claw at the wreckage until his hands bled, to force the fissure open again by sheer defiance. But deep inside he knew it was futile. The bridge had collapsed just as just as the figure had warned. He would not see her again, not yet. And yet the hunger did not die. If anything, it grew sharper. The glimpse had only fanned the flames of obsession. He knew now with unshakable certainty that his entire life had been leading to this. Every fragment of memory, every restless invention, every sleepless night had not been madness, but preparation. He had been building his way home. He staggered through the wreckage, his boots crunching over glass and ash. Sparks spat weakly from collapsed towers, illuminating fragments of his design still etched across the walls. He paused before one, lines and sigils scorched into stone, the remnants of an equation he had carved in fever. His hand traced it slowly, reverently, as though it were scripture. He could see now what had been hidden, layers of meaning he had not recognized before. It was not invention, but memory. He had not created these patterns. He had remembered them. A laugh broke from his chest, hollow and sharp. "I wasn't building it," he whispered to the empty chamber. "I was remembering it." His voice echoed back to him, a stranger's voice in the silence. He clenched his fist tight, the faint warmth of her touch still lingering. That was proof. Proof he had not imagined it, proof that beyond the veil lay a truth greater than any empire of science could ever hold. But then another thought intruded, unwelcome, heavy. He remembered her words. "You were never meant to return." The sorrow in her eyes as the world collapsed. If he was truly of that place, if he truly belonged to the song, then why had he been cast adrift here? What had torn him from that luminous plane and left him in this fractured world? The question rooted itself deep, digging into the marrow of his resolve. It was not enough to see her again. He needed to know why. His steps carried him out of the chamber, up through winding corridors scorched by the collapse. The facility above was silent, though faint tremors still ran through the walls, residue of the energy he had unleashed. The machines lining the passage sparked faintly, their cores burned out. He passed them without pause, his thoughts consumed. Above ground, night had fallen. The sky stretched wide and dark, stars glimmering faintly above. For the first time in days, or perhaps weeks, he felt the air of the world outside, sharp and cold against his skin. He inhaled deeply, grounding himself in its bite. And yet even here, under this alien sky, the song whispered faintly in his mind. Not gone, not fully silenced. It was his now, buried in his blood. He dropped into the grass, sitting heavily, his gaze fixed on the stars. They seemed smaller now, dimmer, pale reflections of the radiance he had seen beyond the veil. He lifted a trembling hand to the sky, as though trying to trace her silhouette among the constellations. "I'll get back to you," he murmured. The words were more vow than promise. "I'll build it again, stronger, whole. I don't care how long it takes." The silence answered him, and for once it was enough. He had his purpose. Still beneath the fire of resolve, another truth stirred, a warning he could not shake. He had opened a fissure that should not exist. He had touched something beyond mortal reach. If he could feel it, if he could hear it, could others? Could something else? As the night stretched on, he became aware of the faintest disturbance on the horizon. A flicker of light, not of stars but of fire. He squinted, and for a moment he thought he saw movement, distant and slow, like shadows crawling across the hills. His chest tightened. Perhaps the collapse of the fissure had not gone unnoticed. But he did not move. Not yet. He sat in the cold grass, eyes locked on the distant flicker, the lullaby threading faintly in his skull like a compass pointing toward destiny. Whatever came, whether hunters, enemies, or echoes drawn by the breach, he would face it. He had no choice. He had touched the truth, and he could not return to ignorance. The wind rose cold and sharp, carrying with it a sound so faint he thought at first it was memory. But then it came again, clearer, a hum carried on the night, low and steady, too precise to be natural. Rick froze, his heart lurching. Something was out there, something was already moving toward him. His hand tightened into a fist. The ruins behind him still smouldered. The night before him stirred with approaching echoes, but none of it mattered. The path had already been chosen. Whatever lay ahead, he would not stop. Not until he crossed the bridge again, not until the song was whole. The hum in the night grew steadier, no longer just a whisper carried by the wind, but a rhythm that pressed against the air, as if the world itself had begun to pulse with some hidden heartbeat. Rick sat motionless in the grass, his eyes fixed on the dark horizon where the faint firelight still glimmered. His instincts urged him to move, to retreat back into the broken shell of the facility, to vanish before whatever drew near could find him. But his body did not obey. He remained where he was, shoulders tense, mind burning with the same certainty that had gripped him in the chamber. If something was coming, it was because of the fissure he had torn open. It was because of him. Running would change nothing. The sound grew clearer, a mechanical drone laced with something organic, like the wet resonance of breath. It shifted in tone, not uniform but layered, a chorus of uneven throbs that made his teeth ache. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to stand, brushing dirt from his coat. The night air was sharp, every breath stinging his throat, but the ache grounded him. He reached into his pocket, pulling free a shard of twisted alloy, the only piece of the ruined machine he had salvaged. It was still faintly warm, still humming with a residue he could not explain. He gripped it tightly. Whatever approached, he would not face it empty-handed. Minutes bled into one another. The stars dimmed behind a slow creeping haze, the flicker on the horizon swelling until it became a glow. And then movement. Figures. They were distant, but unmistakable. Shapes advancing across the hills, their silhouettes broken, uneven, as though their bodies bent in ways they should not. Rick narrowed his eyes, straining to see. At first he thought them machines, remnants of the ruined facility stirred awake. But no machine he had built moved like that. Their steps were jagged, halting, yet coordinated by some invisible tether. The hum in the air deepened, and Rick felt his chest tighten. He recognized it, though he wished he didn't. It was the same resonance that had filled the chamber before the fissure tore open, the same vibration that had woven itself into the lullaby. These things, whatever they were, had been drawn not just by the collapse, but by the song itself. He took a slow step backward, eyes never leaving the approaching figures. His mind raced through possibilities, constructs, scavengers, echoes of the fissure's energy. But a deeper instinct whispered something worse. They were not intruders. They were remnants, fragments left behind like him, shattered pieces of what lay beyond. The first of them reached the crest of the hill, its outline clearer now in the starlight. It was tall, its limbs too long, joints bending the wrong way, its surface half metal, half flesh. A mask of smooth alloy covered where a face should be, etched with faint lines that glowed the same color he had seen in the fissure. Behind it, more followed, dozens, each slightly different but bound by the same wrongness, as if unfinished. They moved together without sound except for the drone that filled the air. Rick's grip on the shard tightened until it bit into his palm. He forced a laugh, brittle and sharp, though his throat was dry. Guess I'm not the only one who came back broken. The figures paused at the base of the hill, their heads tilting in unison as though listening. Rick's skin prickled. They were not simply looking at him. They were feeling for him, attuned to the same resonance that still hummed faintly in his blood. The shard in his hand pulsed once, as though answering their call. He nearly dropped it, his heart stuttering at the realization. He was tethered to them. The leader, if it could be called that, took a step forward, the ground trembling faintly under its weight. The others followed in perfect rhythm, closing the distance slowly but inevitably. Rick's mind sparked with possibilities: fight, flee, or attempt to communicate. But the rational part of him already knew. These weren't beings that reasoned in words. They had no voices, only resonance, and resonance demanded response. He lifted the shard higher, holding it before him. It quivered in his hand, vibrating faster as the figures drew closer. The hum in the night deepened, growing heavy, pressing against his skull. For a heartbeat, he thought he heard words hidden within it, faint and broken, as though submerged beneath water. His ears rang, his head throbbed, and then he felt it. Not sound, but presence, pushing against his mind. Images burst through him, fragments of light, corridors of impossible architecture, rivers of song woven through endless dark, and sorrow heavy and suffocating. These things were not hunters, they were exiles, pieces of something greater that had been severed, left adrift like him. His knees buckled under the weight of the vision, but he forced himself to remain upright. "You're not here to kill me," he rasped, more to himself than to them. "You're here because you heard it too." The resonance eased, the figures halting just yards away. Their glowing lines pulsed faintly in rhythm with the shard in his hand. The tether tightened. Rick's breath came shallow, the realization sinking deeper. He was not alone in his exile. He was bound to them whether he wished it or not. But another truth followed close behind, colder than the night air. If he had been able to feel them, then others could too. Others might come searching, drawn not by the song's sorrow but by its power. The thought burned through him like acid. He had opened a door he could not close, and now the world was listening. The figures stood silent, unmoving, waiting. Rick swallowed hard, lowering the shard slowly, but keeping it clutched in his hand. His voice was steady now, though a tremor undercut it. "Fine. You want to follow me? Then follow. But understand this. I'm not stopping. I'll rebuild the bridge. I'll find the truth. And if you get in my way—" His eyes narrowed, a glint of defiance breaking through the exhaustion. "I'll tear you apart like everything else." For a moment, nothing moved. Then, as if acknowledging his vow, the figures tilted their heads once more and began to retreat, folding back into the darkness of the hills. The hum faded with them, the night air still again, though the tether in Rick's chest did not vanish. It remained, a faint pull, a reminder that they were still out there, waiting, watching. Rick exhaled slowly, lowering himself back into the grass. His hand still throbbed around the shard, its pulse echoing faintly in his veins. He stared at the stars again, but they no longer seemed as distant. The song was still with him, threaded through his very bones, and now he knew he was not the only one who carried it. Sleep did not come, but neither did despair. He had touched the truth, glimpsed fragments of what he had lost, and now he had seen the shadows it left behind. Whatever lay ahead, ruin, revelation, or madness, he was already bound to it. The only path left was forward. And somewhere in the distance, too faint for any ear but his, the lullaby returned, soft and broken, weaving itself once more into the silence of the night. The lullaby lingered long after the figures had vanished into the hills, its fading echoes slipping through the cracks of Rick's restless mind. He lay in the grass, unable to find stillness, every muscle wired with a tension that sleep could not dissolve. The shard in his hand pulsed faintly against his skin, steady as a heartbeat. He hated how natural it felt now, as though it had always been a part of him, as though losing it would mean losing more than he could admit. The tether was real, they were out there, and if they were waiting, then so was he. By the time the first smear of dawn cut across the horizon, Rick was already on his feet again. The ruins of the facility behind him seemed smaller in the light, stripped of the menace they had carried in the dark. But the silence inside them was deeper, more accusing, as though they knew he would be leaving. He had no intention of staying. Stagnation meant decay. He needed motion, forward momentum, even if the direction was uncertain. The hills stretched wide around him, dew glinting like shards of glass on the blades of grass. He walked without rest, guided less by destination and more by instinct. The tether tugged faintly in his chest, not a pull toward the figures, but outward, toward something further still. It felt like a path woven into his veins, invisible but undeniable. He followed it because he could not do otherwise. Hours bled into one another. The land changed as he moved, the grass giving way to jagged stone ridges, the soil cracking dry under his boots. By midday, the sun beat heavy on his shoulders, but still he pressed on. Each step carried him deeper into the tether's rhythm, and with it came visions that slipped unbidden into his thoughts. Not memories, he had no anchor to call them that, but impressions, like shadows flickering at the edge of his mind, bridges of light arcing through black void, voices not speaking but humming, weaving together in threads of sorrow. A child's laugh, broken, unfinished, swallowed by static. The shard in his hand grew hotter, pulsing stronger with every mile. Rick clenched it tighter, jaw set, forcing the visions back. He needed clarity, not phantoms, but the song would not relent. It had no interest in his willpower. It wanted him to remember, to see. By the time the sun dipped low again, he reached the edge of a ravine carved deep into the earth, its walls jagged, shadows pooling in its depths. The tether tugged hard here, pulling him toward the dark. Rick crouched at the edge, staring down into the chasm, the air rising. From it was cool, laced with a faint metallic tang that burned his nostrils. He knew before even setting foot inside that this place was not natural. Something had made it. Something had torn the earth open the way he had torn the fissure. He climbed down, hands scraping against rock, boots slipping on loose gravel. Each step downward deepened the hum in the air until it felt like the very walls were vibrating around him. By the time he reached the ravine floor, the shard in his hand glowed faintly, casting pale light across the stone. The bottom was not empty. Structures jutted from the earth, half-buried arcs of alloy, broken ribs of some vast machine that had long ago fallen silent. Rick approached one, running his hand across its surface. It was cold, lifeless, but familiar. The same alloy he had worked with before, the same lines etched faintly across its skin. These were not random ruins. This was a fragment of the bridge. His throat tightened. He had found what he hadn't even known he was searching for. Proof. Evidence that the bridge had reached here once, crossing through, leaving behind bones of its passage. He wasn't chasing illusions. The lullaby wasn't a lie. He dropped to his knees beside the wreckage, pulling open his coat and spreading out the few tools he had scavenged. The shard pulsed brighter as he set it on the ground, its glow illuminating the cracks in the alloy. He bent over it, fingers moving automatically, sketching calculations in the dust with trembling hands. His mind raced, sparks of old genius clawing their way back to life. If this fragment still held any residue, he could use it, amplify it, coax the tether into revealing more. But as he worked, the air thickened again. The hum he had felt in the night returned, seeping up from the walls of the ravine. He froze, lifting his head slowly. Shadows shifted at the far edge, tall and broken. The remnants had followed him. At least a dozen descended the ravine walls, their movements jagged but unerring. They came in silence this time, their glowing lines dim, their resonance hushed, as though they feared disturbing the wreckage. Rick's pulse spiked, but he forced his breathing steady. He refused to flinch. He refused to let them see fear. They gathered in a semicircle around him, their heads tilting in unison, their empty faces catching the shard's glow. The tether in Rick's chest pulled taut, almost painful. He rose slowly, standing over the fragment of the bridge, shard clenched in his hand. "You followed me," he muttered, voice low. "Not because you wanted to, because you had to." The figures remained still, but the resonance grew louder, swelling in the air, pressing against his skull. Images flooded him again, sharper this time. Not exile, not sorrow, but hunger. A need to be whole again. The remnants were not just tethered to him, they were tethered to the bridge itself. They had been waiting, circling, for someone to reignite what was broken. Rick's hand trembled around the shard. He understood now. They didn't want to stop him. They wanted him to succeed. But their need was vast, bottomless, threatening to consume him if he let it. To rebuild the bridge meant binding himself fully to them, feeding their tether until he was no longer just Rick, but part of the same broken chorus. For a moment, doubt cracked his resolve. He saw himself vanishing into their resonance. His mind dissolved into fragments, his body no different than theirs. He could end here, another remnant, another unfinished thing. But then he remembered the song. The lullaby had not been just sorrow, it had been warmth once, a promise of something more. He clenched his jaw, lifting the shard high. Its glow spilled across the wreckage, the etchings on the alloy flaring faintly as though recognizing the call. The resonance surged, a wave crashing through the ravine. The remnants shifted, their bodies quivering, their lines glowing brighter. For the first time, Rick felt them not as shadows, but as voices, not words, not language, but a chorus rising to meet his. He closed his eyes, the shard burning in his grip, and let the tether pull him deeper. The ravine trembled, the wreckage shivered, faint vibrations coursing through its frame. The lullaby returned, no longer faint, no longer broken, but full, layered, infinite. Rick staggered under the weight of it, but he did not fall. He had touched the bridge before. This time he would not let it slip away. The remnants surrounded him, their bodies blazing now with the same light, their resonance no longer hunger, but anticipation. They were waiting for him to finish what he had started. His lips curled into a thin, bitter smile. "Fine," he whispered. "Let's see how much of me you can take before I take the rest back." The ravine shook harder, dust falling in sheets from its walls. The shard blazed white-hot, the fragments of alloy vibrating under his touch. The lullaby swelled, vast and uncontainable, echoing not just in the air, but in his bones. Rick held on, his mind teetering on the edge of dissolution, knowing he was either about to rebuild the bridge or be consumed by the remnants that had waited too long in its shadow. The light from the shard seared through Rick's vision, too bright to be contained by the ravine's stone walls. Every crack, every fragment of alloy thrummed like the strings of an unseen instrument. The remnants leaned closer, their broken bodies trembling as if on the verge of collapse or transformation. The resonance was deafening, not sound but pressure, a constant force pressing against his ribs, his skull, his very thoughts. He could feel the bridge rising again, not whole, not yet, but struggling toward life through him. The fragment beneath his hand vibrated harder, dust spilling in thin streams from its seams. The etchings along its surface flickered, igniting one by one until faint arcs of energy leapt between them, pale as ghosts. Rick's teeth clenched, sweat streaming down his face as he forced his will into the shard, dragging its light into the wreckage like a conduit. He could sense it resisting, straining against the centuries of silence that bound it, but also yearning to awaken. The remnants let out a sound then, not words, not language, but a unified wail that tore through the ravine, reverberating through stone and marrow alike. Rick nearly dropped to his knees, but he steadied himself against the alloy, refusing to yield. He realized their cry wasn't rage, it was hope. They had waited for this moment longer than he could comprehend, and through him, it had finally arrived. But the cost was mounting. His arm shook violently, the shard threatening to fuse into his skin, its heat unbearable. His mind wavered at the edges, the tether yanking him deeper into visions he could not resist. The lullaby was everywhere now, louder than ever, but it was no longer a song sung to soothe. It was a command, a demand, a directive, pouring into him with ruthless clarity. He saw flashes. Bridges spanning impossible distances, glowing arcs cutting across the dark void. He saw himself younger, standing at the center of one, eyes alight with something wild, something desperate. He saw collapse, fire, shattering light, echoes scattering like broken glass. He saw the remnants born from that failure, fractured extensions of himself, bound forever to his unfinished work. And above all, he saw the bridge, still incomplete, still waiting. Rick's knees buckled, slamming into stone, but his grip did not loosen. He laughed through clenched teeth, a dry, rasping sound. Of course, it's me. It's always been me. The remnants moved closer, their lines blazing bright, their resonance harmonizing with the fragments. They were no longer separate, no longer shadows. They were extensions of the bridge itself, desperate to be whole. And Rick understood the shard wasn't a gift. It was a key. It had chosen him not because he was worthy, but because he had been the one to break it in the first place. The ground split, thin fissures spidering outward from the wreckage. The air thickened with static, every breath a struggle. Rick forced himself upright, staggering, pulling the shard free from the alloy just before the entire fragment erupted with blinding light. The explosion wasn't fire or force, but resonance. Waves of it poured outward, flattening the remnants to the ground, shoving Rick back against the ravine wall. He clutched the shard to his chest, shielding his eyes as arcs of energy roared upward, punching through the ravine ceiling and into the open sky. For a moment, the world stopped. Time, sound, even thought itself fractured beneath the sheer immensity of what had been awakened. Rick felt himself suspended between annihilation and creation, every nerve in his body stretched to its breaking point. Then it collapsed inward. The light shrank, the resonance folded back into silence, and the ravine was left trembling, scarred but intact. Rick lay sprawled in the dust, chest heaving, every limb aching as though he'd been dragged across 1,000 lifetimes. The shard in his hand no longer burned, its glow dimmed to a faint ember, but the tether inside him pulsed stronger than ever. The remnants rose slowly around him. They no longer looked broken, their lines burned steady, their bodies less jagged, as if the resonance had filled in some of the fractures that had defined them. They turned toward him in unison, and for the first time Rick felt no hunger from them, no gnawing emptiness. What radiated from them now was allegiance. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, grimacing. "So that's it, huh? I fix a piece of your bridge, and now I'm your messiah." The remnants tilted their heads in silence, their glow pulsing faintly in rhythm with his chest. He scoffed, but the truth pressed down on him all the same. They were bound to him now, more tightly than ever. Whatever he did next would not just decide his fate, but theirs. He climbed slowly to his feet, every muscle screaming, and looked up through the jagged hole in the ravine ceiling. The arcs of light he had unleashed still lingered faintly in the sky, like cracks in reality waiting to be widened. The bridge wasn't whole, not yet. What he had awakened here was only a fragment, a prototype, a proof that it could still be done. But the cost had nearly broken him, and this was only the beginning. The lullaby hummed low in his mind, softer now, almost gentle. A warning, a promise. Rick wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, eyes narrowing as he stared at the remnants. "You want a bridge? Fine. But don't think for a second you're the ones in control. I started this. I'll finish it. On my terms." The remnants did not resist. They simply bowed their heads, their glow dimming in acknowledgement, as though his defiance was the very thing they had been waiting for. Rick turned away, slipping the shard back into his pocket. His body ached, his mind swam, but his path was clearer than ever. He had seen what lay ahead, glimpsed the cost and the reward alike. The bridge could be rebuilt, but doing so would demand everything he had left. And somewhere, beyond the resonance, beyond the tether, someone was waiting. Someone who had once sung that lullaby not as a command, but as comfort. Someone whose voice he had lost, and whose memory now burned like a beacon just out of reach. He tightened his coat around him, stepping toward the shadowed path that led deeper into the ravine. The remnants followed, silent, loyal, their glow casting pale light across the stone. The air was heavy with anticipation, as though the world itself knew what was coming. Rick didn't look back. There was no reason to. What mattered was ahead, waiting to be found, waiting to be finished. The bridge was not dead, neither was he. And for the first time, in a long time, Rick allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't an ending at all. It was the beginning of something far greater and far more dangerous than anything he had ever dared to imagine. The path deeper into the ravine narrowed into a jagged throat of stone, forcing Rick to duck as loose shards scraped against his shoulders. Dust clung to his lungs, and the metallic tang of the resonance lingered on his tongue, as though the light itself had etched something permanent into his blood. The remnants followed in silence, their faint glow throwing long shadows across the walls, their steps precise and strangely human. Rick didn't look back, though he could feel their eyes, or whatever passed for them, pressing into his spine. They weren't companions, they were consequences walking in his wake. The shard in his pocket pulsed with a faint rhythm, a heartbeat too steady to be his own. Every few steps he would brush against it without meaning to, and each time the lullaby stirred again in his mind, softer now, yet insistent, pulling him forward like a thread wound tight through his chest. The echoes weren't done with him. The bridge wasn't finished. A turn in the stone passage opened into a cavern far larger than the ravine above, its ceiling lost in shadow. Columns of fractured alloy jutted upward like ribs from some colossal carcass, their surfaces still etched with faint symbols, the same patterns he had glimpsed across the shard. Rick paused, scanning the chamber, his gaze drawn to a massive fragment lodged in the far wall. Unlike the others, it wasn't dormant. Thin streams of light trickled down its face like veins of molten glass, spilling into a shallow pool at its base. The water glowed faintly where the light touched it, rippling in quiet harmony with the resonance thrumming through the air. Rick muttered under his breath, "Figures! Always a bigger piece." His tone was flippant, but his jaw tightened. He had seen fragments like this before, once, long ago, in another lifetime he could barely remember. This was no relic to be scavenged. This was a living wound in reality, still bleeding after centuries of silence. The remnants spread around him in a half-circle, their glow rising as if in reverence. The tether inside Rick pulled harder, urging him toward the fragment. His fists clenched, resisting for a moment, but he already knew there was no avoiding it. The shard he carried was not a tool of power. It was a key meant to fit into something greater. He stepped forward, boots crunching against brittle stone. As he neared the pool, the lullaby swelled until it was all he could hear. He remembered being small, smaller than he could believe possible, curled beneath blankets while a voice soothed him through the dark. The same melody, the same cadence, only softer then, stripped of the demand it carried now. His throat tightened. He forced the memory down, but it lingered like smoke. He knelt at the pool's edge and drew the shard from his pocket. The remnants mirrored the motion, their heads bowing low. Rick studied the shard, its dim ember pulsing in time with the glow of the fragment in the wall. It didn't just want connection, it demanded it. The resonance built in his chest, rising higher, sharper, until his ribs ached as if they might splinter. Yeah, I get it," he muttered, holding the shard over the water. "You want me to finish what I started. Just don't blame me when it all goes to hell again." He lowered the shard. The moment it touched the glowing water, the chamber erupted with sound. Not noise, resonance. So vast it felt like the world itself was vibrating apart. The pool blazed with light, shooting streams upward that latched onto the shard, pulling it down into the glow. Rick's hand burned as though plunged into fire, but he refused to let go. His vision blurred with white, his teeth grinding as the tether yanked him violently forward. The fragment in the wall came alive. Lines of light raced across its surface, igniting one after another until the entire cavern glowed like the inside of a dying star. The remnants wailed in unison, not with despair but with something close to exultation. The resonance deepened, threading into Rick's veins until he could no longer tell where his body ended and the bridge began. Images tore through him, bridges spanning infinite voids, gateways opening into realms of impossible color and shape, voices calling from both sides. He saw himself again, standing at the center of a completed bridge, but this time he wasn't alone. Shadows flanked him, too blurred to name, but familiar enough to twist his chest with something dangerously close to longing. The cavern shuddered. Stone cracked as the fragment strained against its prison, trying to free itself. Rick forced his will into the shard, pushing back, shaping the resonance rather than letting it consume him. His knees buckled, blood seeping from his nose, but he held on. He couldn't allow the bridge to rise uncontrolled. Not here, not yet. It wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. With a ragged cry, he ripped the shard from the water. The glow dimmed at once, the resonance collapsing like a wave pulled back into the sea. The fragment in the wall flickered, its light sputtering into silence. The remnants staggered, their glow faltering, and the chamber settled into uneasy stillness. Rick collapsed to his knees, clutching the shard tight against his chest. Its ember burned brighter now, alive in a way it hadn't been before, its rhythm matching his pulse. He laughed hoarsely, a broken sound that echoed off the cavern walls. Yeah, I get it. Not yet, but soon." The remnants gathered around him, silent but steady, as though awaiting orders. Rick wiped blood from his face and forced himself upright, swaying but unbroken. His eyes lingered on the dormant fragment one last time. What he had just done was enough to stir it, enough to remind it that the bridge could live again. But finishing it here would have drawn too much attention. He could feel it already, the universe shifting, noticing, hungering. Somewhere far above in the silent reaches of space, he knew signals had already begun to spread. The resonance was not subtle. It had not gone unnoticed. Someone would come. They always did. Rick slid the shard back into his pocket, the lullaby still humming faint in his mind, no longer oppressive, but insistent, patient. The bridge was waiting. And now, so was he. He turned toward the remnants, his expression grim. "We move. This place won't stay quiet for long." They obeyed without hesitation, their glow dimming to match his stride as he led them back toward the passage. His body ached, his thoughts burned, but beneath the exhaustion there was clarity. The bridge wasn't a dream. It wasn't just memory or guilt. It was real, alive and closer to completion than it had been in centuries. And if the universe wanted to stop him, it would have to burn itself apart, trying. The remnants followed Rick in silence as he retraced his steps through the narrowing stone throat of the ravine, their glow fading until they seemed little more than faint ghosts trailing in his shadow. The shard pressed against his chest, its pulse steady and insistent, a reminder that the lullaby had not loosened its hold. Every beat of that rhythm pulled his mind back to the fragment he had awakened, to the raw hunger in the resonance that had nearly swallowed him whole. He had stopped it this time, forced it back down into the cavern walls, but he knew it was temporary. The bridge had stirred. It would not sleep forever. The passage spat them out into the open night. The sky above was low and heavy, filled with clouds that flickered faintly at the edges, as though lightning was trapped within their folds. The air felt charged, prickling against Rick's skin. He narrowed his eyes. This wasn't weather. It was response. The act below had left a mark, a signal rippling outward, summoning whatever watchers lingered on the fringes of forgotten systems. Rick spat onto the ground, muttering, "Told you they'd notice?" His voice carried a bitter humor, but there was no relief in it. He had bought time, not safety. The lullaby hummed through his skull again, faint as a whisper carried by the wind, reminding him that this was the rhythm of inevitability. The bridge wanted to be finished, and the universe, hungry, relentless, would not let him walk away without contest. The remnants spread out at his gesture, their glow dimming further, until they blended almost perfectly with the jagged stone ridges. They weren't soldiers, not exactly, but they moved like they had been shaped for this moment. Rick's mind worked quickly, scanning the horizon. He knew better than to wait for the storm to land on top of him. Whoever came, whatever force had felt the resonance, it would not arrive gently. He reached for the flask at his belt, but the burn of liquor did little to dull the pressure building at the base of his skull. The shard pulsed in his pocket, its rhythm quickening as though it could sense the approach of something vast. He pulled it free, studying the ember glow flickering beneath its cracked surface. It looked small, almost fragile, yet it had been enough to stir a relic buried for centuries, enough to drag him back into the orbit of the bridge he had once tried to bury. A shadow crossed the clouds above, not natural, not shaped by wind, angular, deliberate. Rick's breath stilled in his throat, a ship cloaked poorly against the storm, but cloaked nonetheless. His jaw clenched. The signal had traveled faster than he'd guessed. They were here already. The remnants shifted, their faint glow flaring as though they, too, sensed the incoming presence. Rick closed his fist around the shard, forcing calm into his voice. "All right," he muttered. "Guess we don't get to sneak out the back door after all." The ship descended in silence, its bulk breaking through the clouds with an unnatural grace. Its hull was blackened, not by stealth but by centuries of wear, covered in sigils that seemed to writhe when caught in the flicker of stormlight. Rick recognized none of them, yet they stirred the same unease as the patterns carved into the fragments below. Whoever they were, they had touched the resonance before. They were not strangers to the bridge. The vessel settled onto the ridge opposite him, the ground trembling under its weight. A ramp unfurled with deliberate slowness, and from the yawning dark stepped figures wrapped in robes of deep grey, their faces obscured by masks etched with those same shifting symbols. Their movements were precise, rehearsed, as if each step carried the weight of ritual. Rick exhaled, a humorless chuckle breaking from his chest. Of course, cultists. Always cultists. The lead figure raised a hand, palm outward, in something halfway between greeting and command. Their voice carried across the storm-charged air, layered, not one but many, as though an echo of unseen voices spoke in tandem. You carry the shard. You woke the fragment. The bridge remembers you. Rick's grip on the shard tightened. The lullaby swelled inside his skull at the words, sharper now, like a knife dragged across bone. He gritted his teeth, forcing his voice steady. Yeah, well, memory's a curse, not an invitation, and I'm not looking to build what you think I'm building. The figure tilted their head, the shifting symbols on their mask catching the faint glow of lightning. The bridge does not ask, it compels. You cannot unmake what was begun. Their words pressed against him like weight, each syllable heavy with resonance. The remnants around Rick stirred, their glow flaring brighter, as if resisting the pull of that voice. Rick steadied himself, his mind racing. They wanted the shard. They wanted him alive long enough to use it, which meant he had leverage, however slim. He flicked his eyes toward the remnants, giving the faintest nod. They understood. Or maybe they didn't, and simply moved as extensions of the resonance itself. Either way, they spread wide, flanking the robed figures with silent precision. The lead cultist took another step forward, hand still raised. You cannot resist. To hold the shard is to obey. To resist is to be broken. Rick smirked, though it didn't reach his eyes. Buddy, if you knew me, you'd realize resisting is the one thing I'm actually good at. The shard flared in his grip, its ember burning hot enough to sear his skin. The lullaby crescendoed, not soft now, but thunderous, a chorus of voices pressing against the edges of his mind. For a moment, he feared it would split him open, that the resonance would consume him as it had nearly done below. But instead, it bent, sharp and wild, twisting with his will. The ground shook, light cracked through the stone beneath his boots, racing outward in jagged lines. The remnants cried out in unison, their glow flaring until they were blinding. The cultists staggered, their masks flickering with unstable light. Rick's laugh broke sharp and unsteady. Guess the bridge doesn't just compel, it chooses. The shard burned brighter still, a living ember, alive with something ancient and unyielding. Rick felt its rhythm merge with his own pulse, no longer dragging him but driving him forward. The lullaby was no longer a chain, it was a weapon. He raised the shard high, and the storm above split with blinding light. The shard's light tore the night wide open, carving through storm and shadow alike. For an instant the world seemed to hold its breath, every sound drowned by the resonant hum that pulsed outward from Rick's hand like the heartbeat of something older than stars. The remnants around him rose higher, their glow expanding until their outlines blurred into the storm itself. The cultists staggered, some clutching at their masks as if the symbols carved into them burned against their flesh. The lead figure did not falter. Their stance remained rigid, but the voices layered in their speech cracked at the edges. It resists you. You cannot wield it. The shard devours all who pretend to master it. Rick felt the heat climb into his bones, the shards searing against his palm as though daring him to let go. His teeth ground together, sweat breaking across his brow, but he refused to release it. Every fragment of logic screamed that this wasn't power he could control. It wasn't meant for human hands at all. And yet, beneath the searing pain, there was alignment, rhythm, a moment where his pulse and the shard's thrum collided into something that felt like recognition. "You keep saying what I can't do," Rick growled, his voice sharp, torn raw by the resonance. "But all I've ever done is what no one else thought I could." He drove his free hand into the ground, and the energy surging through him ripped outward, splitting the ridge beneath his feet. Lightning poured from the fracture, jagged arcs snapping against the storm clouds. The remnants screamed with voices not made of air, their forms brightening until they were nearly unbearable to look at. Their shapes twisted, less like shadows now and more like fragments of memory given form. Each one echoing the faint contours of faces half remembered, almost human, yet warped by something alien. Rick's chest tightened at the sight, echoes of people, echoes of himself, lives pulled thin across the bridge's endless stretch of time. The cultists drew closer, not retreating despite the quake that rippled beneath them. Their leader's voice rose above the roar of the storm, stronger now as though the shard's release had given them fuel. "You are no master of the bridge. You are its prisoner. Every choice you think is yours belongs to it. The shard does not choose you, it binds you." The words struck deep, resonating with the same maddening cadence as the lullaby. For a flicker of a moment, Rick felt himself sway, as if the leader's voice pulled directly on the thread of the shard inside his chest. Images rose unbidden, corridors of impossible length, doors uncountable, endless versions of himself walking and collapsing in repetition, all threads feeding into the same inevitable point. His knees threatened to buckle, the shard's light faltering in his hand. The cultists surged forward at the weakness, their masked faces tilted like predators catching scent of blood. But before they could reach him, one of the remnants lunged, its glow stretching into a spear of pure resonance that ripped through the nearest figure. The cultist fell, their body unraveling into smoke before it touched the ground. The act shocked Rick back to himself, his head jerked up, eyes wild but clear. The shard throbbed again, steady and loud, aligning with his heartbeat in a way that felt like defiance. He staggered upright, lifting the ember high. "You want me bound?" His voice cut sharp through the storm. "Then you'll choke on the chains first." The resonance ripped outward, not in a beam, but in waves. Each pulse sent the robed figures reeling, their layered voices splintering into screams as the symbols on their masks cracked and bled light. The leader alone stood firm, though the storm's brilliance reflected fractures spreading across their mask. "You think you fight us?" the leader roared, their words trembling under the weight of the shard's radiance. "But you fight yourself. You fight the bridge that already owns you." Rick's lips curled into a bitter grin, half mad, half certain. "Then I'll fight myself until there's nothing left of me to own." With that, he pressed the shard to his chest. The light exploded outward, not destructive, but consuming, swallowing ridge and storm and cultist alike in a white roar that seemed to stretch time thin. For a suspended instant, Rick felt every path open before him, every version of himself across the vast lattice of possibility. Some fell, some built, some surrendered, some destroyed everything. But through them all was a single rhythm, one thread unbroken, the forgotten lullaby, pulling him toward the bridge's heart. The light collapsed back into him, a rush that left his lungs heaving and his skin slick with sweat. The ridge was silent. The storm had broken, its clouds scattered into nothing. Where the cultists had stood, only cracked masks lay on the stone, their sigils lifeless and still. The remnants hovered at his side, dim again, but steadier, like candles that refused to extinguish. Rick dropped to one knee, the shard smouldering in his fist. His body trembled, every nerve raw, but his mind burned clear. He had taken a step deeper than he meant to. He had shown the bridge that he could be its conduit, whether he wished it or not. The remnants leaned close, their glow brushing against his skin like silent hands, urging him onward. He knew what they wanted, what the shard demanded. The bridge was awake now, there was no walking away from it. He forced himself upright, spitting blood onto the cracked stone, his eyes locked on the horizon, where the storm had torn open the sky and left a strange shimmer in its wake, a distant shape like a doorway carved into nothing. "Fine," he muttered under his breath, voice hoarse but unbroken. "If it's awake, then I'll see it for myself. But it doesn't own me, not yet." The remnants gathered around him, their glow weaving together into a path that stretched toward the impossible shimmer. Rick adjusted his grip on the shard, its ember steady in his palm. He stepped forward, each stride pulling him closer to the thing he had spent a lifetime running from. And behind him, the masks on the stone cracked once more, spiderwebs of light crawling outward, proof that his fight had not destroyed the cultists, only delayed them. The bridge was stirring, and so were its servants. Rick didn't look back. He couldn't afford to anymore. Rick's steps carried him across the broken ridge, as if the stone itself bent beneath him, drawing him toward the shimmer that pulsed faintly against the horizon. The remnants drifted at his side in silence, their light neither urging nor restraining now, but simply existing in rhythm with the shard still burning in his grip. His chest rose and fell with uneven breaths, the taste of copper thick in his mouth, but there was no thought of stopping. Each step seemed to anchor him deeper into the pull, a gravity not of mass but of meaning. The shimmer grew clearer as he advanced. It wasn't a door, not exactly, though his mind kept trying to name it that. It was an aperture without edges, a fold in the air where light bent inward and sound dulled as if even the storm's echo had been forbidden from entering. Its surface rippled faintly, not liquid, not glass, but a tension stretched across the fabric of everything. The lullaby whispered again, faint but distinct, threading through the silence in notes that seemed to come from the aperture itself. Rick slowed, his throat tightening. He had heard it all his life, sometimes buried, sometimes sharp as a blade, and now it stood here, tangible as breath. The melody carried no words, but its cadence pressed into him with the same certainty as memory, both cradle and grave, invitation and threat. The remnants drew close, circling him in a loose orbit, their glow steady as if in anticipation. Rick studied their faces, or what passed for them. Faint outlines of expressions flickered across their surfaces, fragile, unfinished, like sketches of people he should have known. One of them lingered longer, its form holding almost steady. A shadow of a woman's profile, head tilted, lips parted in the suggestion of a song. The sight dug into him harder than any blade. His grip on the shard tightened until his knuckles whitened. The remnants leaned toward the aperture, their light trembling like moths drawn to flame. The shard in his palm responded, flaring in resonance, and Rick realized with a jolt that it wasn't waiting for his choice, it was demanding one. "Yeah, I figured," he muttered, voice hoarse. "Nothing about this road ends with me walking away." His eyes locked on the aperture. "All right then, show me what you're hiding." He stepped forward, and the shimmer shivered in answer. The air thickened, every sound muffled, as if the world itself recoiled from the threshold. His body resisted, every nerve pulling backward, instincts screaming against what waited beyond. Yet the shard burned hotter in defiance of his hesitation, searing through his palm until he forced another step, and another, until his chest brushed the impossible barrier. The world dissolved. It wasn't darkness that swallowed him, but too much light, fractured into endless refractions that bent space until direction lost all meaning. He staggered, blinking against the brilliance, but shapes began to form within it, arches upon arches, bridges spanning into horizons he couldn't comprehend, doorways stacked upon themselves in layers that reached forever upward and downward, spiraling into infinity. The bridge. It wasn't a single structure, but a lattice of reality, threads weaving together to form a network that pulsed like a living organism. Each arch seemed to hum with a different resonance, some familiar, others alien to the marrow. The remnants followed him through, their glow dim against the bridge's impossible brilliance, as though they were sparks lost in a burning sea. Rick turned slowly, awe threading through his exhaustion. "So this is it," he breathed, words trembling despite himself. "The place everything's been dragging me toward." His chest tightened again, though whether from fear or wonder he couldn't tell. A sound rippled through the structure, not the lullaby now, but a deeper resonance, a chord so vast it rattled his bones. The arches shifted in response, aligning and realigning like a mechanism too massive to perceive at once. Rick staggered back, gripping the shard tighter as the resonance pulled at him. His vision fractured, brief flashes of other paths striking like lightning, himself walking another bridge, himself falling, himself standing over countless versions of himself. The shard steadied the pull, though only barely. Its glow spread into his chest, binding him to this place, keeping him from unraveling entirely. But with that anchor came understanding, half glimpses of the bridge's nature, whispers of purpose in its endless sprawl. It wasn't merely passage, it was memory. It was choice stretched across eternity. It was every version of him, every path walked, every consequence, collected and preserved like strands in an infinite web. And something was watching. The air thickened, the arch's light dimming as a shadow drew across the lattice. Not absence of light, but something deeper, a will, vast and ancient, peering at him through every doorway, every path. His throat went dry, the shard flickering in his hand. The remnants recoiled, their faint forms shrinking closer to him, their light faltering under the weight of the presence. Rick felt it press against his mind, not with words, but with inevitability, a pull that said he had already walked here, already surrendered, already belonged to it. The bridge was not showing him futures, it was declaring them. But Rick bared his teeth, forcing breath through clenched jaws. "No," he whispered, voice ragged but defiant. "You don't get to decide that, not for me." The shard flared, light bursting outward like a heartbeat made visible. The resonance wavered, the shadow pausing, as though the defiance had marked something unexpected. The lullaby stirred again, softer now, threading beneath the pressure, and Rick realized with a jolt that it wasn't the bridge's song at all, it was the remnants. It was theirs, calling out across the lattice to steady him. The shadow recoiled, not vanquished but retreating as if withdrawing to watch rather than consume. The arches steadied, their brilliance returning, though the silence that followed carried weight enough to crush mountains. Rick's chest heaved, his pulse racing against the shard's thrum. He felt no victory, only a reprieve, the sense of something vast deciding, for now, to let him move. His eyes swept the lattice again, the sheer scale of it pressing into his skull until it hurt to look too long. One arch flared brighter than the rest, its resonance pulling at the shard with sharp insistence. A path chosen, or perhaps demanded. Rick steadied himself, spitting blood onto the luminous floor. "One step at a time," he muttered. "If this place wants to play, I'll play, but I set the rules." He staggered forward toward the glowing arch, remnants drifting tight around him like a protective shroud. Behind them, the bridge pulsed once, vast and patient, a predator not yet finished with its prey. Rick didn't look back. He couldn't. The moment he did, he knew the bridge would close its jaws. Rick's boots struck the luminous floor with a soundless weight as he drew closer to the arch that burned brighter than the rest. It pulsed in rhythm with the shard in his hand, as if both belonged to the same circuit, two halves of a signal converging. The remnants pressed tight against him, their glow dimmed but steady, their shapes flickering like unfinished sketches. He could feel their unease. They were caught between urging him forward and warning him of what lay ahead. The closer he came, the more the arch revealed itself. Its surface rippled, not unlike the aperture he had passed through, but this was sharper, more deliberate, the resonance clearer. It didn't shimmer as a possibility, it declared itself as an inevitability. Each pulse of its light struck his chest like a drumbeat, daring him to step through. He hesitated at its edge. His reflection shimmered faintly in its surface, but it wasn't whole. One moment it was himself as he stood now, ragged, blood still drying at his mouth, eyes sunken yet defiant. The next, the reflection fractured into versions of himself he didn't recognize, older, gaunter, laughing, broken, victorious, dead. The bridge wasn't showing him choices, it was showing him debts. The shard seared hotter, its light bleeding into his veins. He clenched it tighter, jaw rigid. Yeah, I get it. You're not subtle," he muttered, voice shaking despite his attempt at control. The remnants surged slightly, their faint song brushing against his mind. It was the lullaby again, softer, steadier, threading through the endless hum of the bridge. He swallowed hard, letting the melody ground him. He had no guarantees for what lay beyond this arch. He had no map, no promise of survival. But standing still wasn't an option. Stagnation in this place felt like drowning. He stepped forward. The world folded around him, space collapsing like paper. His stomach lurched as he was pulled through, the light rushing past him in sheets of impossible geometry, until his boots struck ground again. The air was colder here, the brilliance of the bridge dimmed, replaced by a twilight that stretched without horizon. He found himself standing in a vast plain of obsidian glass, cracked and uneven, each fissure glowing faintly as though magma burned beneath. Above, the sky wasn't sky at all, but a ceiling of shifting patterns, fragments of memory replayed across the heavens. He saw flashes of himself as a child, hands reaching for toys he could barely recall. He saw himself walking away from people whose names he no longer remembered. He saw flashes of laughter, pain, silence, all strung together like constellations. The remnants hovered closer, their forms shaking. They flickered brighter when one of the memories above flared, as if the fragments overhead weren't just visions but pieces of them too. Rick turned slowly, trying to steady his breath. "All right, so this is, what, some kind of graveyard?" His voice echoed strangely as though the glass itself carried the sound away. "Or a mirror, or both." The shard pulsed sharply in his grip, and his gaze was drawn to a figure standing far across the plain. At first it seemed like a shadow, blurred at the edges, indistinct. But as Rick squinted, the figure grew sharper, its outline resolving into something disturbingly familiar. The coat, the stance, even the way it held its shoulders as if always carrying too much weight. Himself. Rick's throat tightened, but he forced his legs to move. Each step across the glass plane rang hollow, echoes shuddering through the fissures beneath. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, only watched as Rick drew closer. When he finally stopped a few paces away, the truth became undeniable. It was him. Not a reflection, not a memory. Another Rick, standing solid and alive, eyes dark with a weight Rick recognized too well. Neither spoke at first. The silence stretched taut, broken only by the faint hum of the fissures below. Finally, the other Rick tilted his head slightly. His voice, when it came, was quiet but cutting. "You shouldn't have come here." Rick exhaled through his nose, smirking faintly though his chest felt tight. "Funny, I've heard that before. Never listened then either." The other Rick didn't smile. His gaze flicked to the shard in Rick's hand, and something like disgust passed across his face. "It's already in you. You can feel it, can't you? The pull. That thing isn't guiding you, it's consuming you, piece by piece." Rick glanced at the shard, its glow threading up his arm like veins of fire. He swallowed, forcing his grip tighter. "Yeah, I feel it. But I'm still standing, and until I'm not, I make the calls." The other Rick shook his head, expression carved with weary certainty. "That's what I told myself too. That's what we all tell ourselves, until the bridge decides otherwise." The remnants drifted uneasily between them, their faint glow flickering as though caught in a storm. They seemed torn, not knowing which Rick to cling to. For a heartbeat, they split, half hovering near Rick, half swaying toward his counterpart, as if recognizing both. The sight cut deeper than he expected. He clenched his jaw, glaring at the other version of himself. "So what are you? A warning? A roadblock? Or just another dead end wearing my face?" The other, Rick, met his stare, unflinching. "I'm what you become if you keep walking, without understanding what you're carrying, if you think defiance alone is enough." His voice hardened, every word landing like a strike. "I thought I could fight it. I thought I could bend the bridge to my will. Instead, I became another echo in its lattice. That's all we are here, echoes." Rick's pulse hammered in his ears. He wanted to argue, to deny it, but the weight in his chest wouldn't let him. He felt the bridge pressing through the shard even now, the pulse of inevitability beneath every breath. His counterpart wasn't lying, but surrender wasn't in him, not yet. He stepped closer, eyes sharp. "Then maybe the difference between you and me is that I don't stop at being an echo. I don't care if this place chews through me. I'll burn it down from the inside if I have to." For the first time, the other Rick's expression shifted, something like sorrow threading through the hardness. He didn't answer. He only stepped back, his form blurring at the edges, dissolving into smoke that drifted upward into the fractured sky. The remnants pulsed once in grief, their light dimming before steadying again. Rick stood alone again, chest tight, shard burning like a brand in his palm. He knew this wouldn't be the last version of himself he faced. The bridge wasn't just showing him paths, it was forcing him to walk through them, one by one. He looked to the horizon, where another arch shimmered faintly, waiting. His lips curled into a humorless smile. "All right, let's see how many ghosts of me you've got left." The remnants stirred, their lullaby whispering once more, fragile but unwavering, as he began the long walk toward the next light. The glass plain stretched endlessly beneath Rick's boots, fissures glowing faintly underfoot, like veins of molten fire. Each step echoed across the silence, the sound sharp and hollow, as if the ground itself resented being disturbed. The remnants moved with him, their fragile forms flickering like candle flames caught in a draught, wavering between strength and collapse. They clung to his presence as though tethered, each pulse of their light synchronized with the shard burning in his palm. The arch ahead shimmered faintly at the horizon, a soft distortion rather than the glaring blaze of the one he had just crossed. Its pull was subtler, almost reluctant, as though testing whether he would choose to approach. Rick narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the shard. He wasn't here to hesitate. He had already seen what hesitation looked like, a ghost of himself, warning and dissolving. That fate wasn't his. Not yet. The lullaby threaded through the air again, weaving faintly between the remnants. Its melody was clearer now, less broken than before, almost whole. Rick felt it press against the edges of his memory, tugging at something buried deep. He couldn't place it, couldn't name the voice, but the ache in his chest sharpened with every note. It was maddening. The song was both alien and intimate, like a dream he had lived 1,000 times but never remembered upon waking. He rubbed at his temple, muttering under his breath, "Stop dangling riddles! Either show me or shut up!" But the song continued, patient and steady, as though indifferent to his frustration. The arch loomed closer, and the air thickened. This time there was no mirror of himself waiting. Instead, the ground fractured wider with each step. Chasms opened in the obsidian plain, not wide enough to swallow him whole, but enough to scatter his path into jagged segments. Heat rose from below, searing against his face, carrying with it whispers that weren't his own. He froze as one whisper rose above the others. It was a child's voice, his own, high, unsteady, calling for someone he couldn't remember. The remnants surged at once, glowing brighter, their lullaby twisting with the echo, until the two became inseparable, his child voice and the ancient song layered into one haunting sound. Rick's breath caught in his throat. He staggered, knees buckling briefly before he steadied himself. His knuckles whitened around the shard. This wasn't just the bridge showing him possibilities or failures anymore. It was digging, pulling him backward, past the shields he'd built over decades, forcing him to confront the raw beginnings he had buried so deep he almost believed they were gone. The fissures brightened, and out of them rose shapes. Not the remnants this time, sharper, more defined. Figures climbed from the cracks like smoke made solid, each one replaying fragments of scenes he recognized, yet wished he didn't. His younger self, sitting in a small room, hands covering his ears against shouting he couldn't drown out. His hands trembling over scraps of circuitry cobbled together in desperation, the kind of fragile machines that had once felt like lifelines. The first time he walked away from someone who had reached for him, choosing isolation over the possibility of being broken again. Rick's throat tightened. "You think I don't remember this?" His voice cracked sharp against the silence. "I remember every damn second. I just stopped letting it control me." The echoes didn't respond. They replayed the moments endlessly, as though mocking the futility of his words. The remnants wavered between them, their glow flickering uncertainly, torn between past and present. He forced himself forward, boots striking shards of obsidian that cracked further underfoot. The arch was still ahead, closer now, its shimmer growing stronger as though feeding on his struggle. Each step felt heavier, not from gravity but from the weight of the bridge pressing down, trying to root him here, among the failures, the pain, the regrets. Rick spat to the side, his smirk bitter. "Nice try. You think dredging this crap up is enough to stop me? I've lived with it my whole life. You're just recycling old tapes." The shard flared violently in his grip, responding to his defiance. Light surged up his arm, flooding his chest with fire. The echoes froze mid-motion, their forms unraveling into smoke that drifted back into the fissures. The lullaby faltered for a moment, then steadied, stronger, almost approving. Rick drew in a ragged breath, sweat stinging his brow. His pulse thundered, but his legs carried him on. As he neared the arch, the remnants clustered tighter, their glow interlacing until they formed a single, trembling sphere of light. The lullaby no longer came from the distance. It came from them, their fragile chorus, unified at last. Rick stopped, staring at them as the realization crawled into his chest. They weren't just fragments of the bridge, they weren't just wayward pieces drifting through, they were connected to him, had always been connected. Pieces of him splintered across the lattice, scattered and broken, waiting for him to reclaim them. The truth pressed against him with crushing clarity. The bridge wasn't merely guiding him, it was using him as the vessel to gather what he had lost. Every step, every encounter, every confrontation had been a tether pulling back what had once been torn away. Rick's hands trembled as he raised the shard, its light resonating with the sphere of remnants. The lullaby swelled, louder, clearer, until he could almost make out the words hidden within the melody. He wanted to resist, to shove it down, to deny the vulnerability clawing at him, but the weight was overwhelming. For the first time, Rick whispered the question aloud, his voice breaking. "Whose voice is it?" The remnants pulsed in answer, though no words came. The lullaby carried on, but its tone shifted, gentle, mournful, and yet urgent, as if begging him to step forward. Rick clenched his jaw, forcing the burn in his eyes away. He turned toward the arch, its surface shimmering brighter now, responding to the unification of the remnants. He took a deep breath, smirk curling bitter at the edge of his lips despite the tightness in his chest. "Fine. If the next piece is waiting, let's go rip it out." He stepped into the arch. The light swallowed him whole, the remnants clinging close, their song carrying him deeper into the unknown. The plane dissolved behind him, leaving only the echo of the lullaby reverberating in the fractures of the glass, like a heartbeat that refused to fade. Light tore away around him, dissolving into motes that drifted into nothingness, until Rick found himself standing on ground that wasn't ground at all. It was weightless, a lattice of shifting threads beneath his feet, stretching out in every direction, like a living web. Each filament glowed faintly, humming as though vibrating with memory. They curved and bent, bending into spirals that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, vanishing into endless dark. The remnants hovered close, no longer scattered wisps, but streams of light weaving themselves into the lattice. They moved as if guided by purpose, flowing into threads that lit brighter wherever they touched, revealing fragments of scenes within them. Rick caught glimpses, shadows of his past twisted into the architecture itself. A garage cluttered with half-finished machines, a laboratory soaked in cold blue light, a child's drawing pinned to a wall crumpled at the corner. He clenched his jaw, refusing to linger too long on any image. The bridge wasn't giving him a choice about what to see. It was directing him, herding him along a path. His boots clicked softly against the threads, the vibration carrying outward in ripples that woke more fragments ahead. The lullaby drifted again, now not a distant call, but woven into the lattice itself. Each thread vibrated with the notes, as though the entire structure was the instrument. It was no longer fractured, no longer broken. It played whole. Rick's chest tightened as he walked, the sound seeping into him like water filling cracks in stone. It was different now, clearer. The voice that carried it wasn't faceless anymore. It was familiar, painfully familiar, though memories still dangled just out of reach like a word stuck on the edge of his tongue. He stopped as the threads before him thickened, forming an intersection where countless paths branched away into darkness. Each path glowed with its own fragments, flickering like lanterns leading into different possibilities. He looked left. There was a scene of him working feverishly over a device, his eyes sunken, desperation bleeding through every motion. To the right, a different Rick stood with his back turned, walking away from something or someone he couldn't see. Ahead, the threads brightened until they bled into a shimmering wall, another arch forming out of light. Rick exhaled sharply, a humorless laugh breaking out. Figures, more choices, more games. He tightened his grip on the shard, its glow matching the hum of the lattice. But you already know which way I'm going, don't you? The remnants pulsed in unison as if answering him. Their glow funneled toward the arch, leaving the side paths dimmer, almost lifeless. Rick stepped forward, but as he did, the lattice shuddered. From the darkness between threads, something began to stir. At first it was only static, faint distortions warping the filaments. Then shapes formed, jagged and broken, like the echoes of earlier, but sharper, hungrier. They dragged themselves out of the void, skeletal outlines that moved with jerks and spasms. Their eyes burned with cold, hollow light, their forms made of fragments that refused to stay whole. Rick's lip curled. Finally dropping the subtlety, huh? The first of the creatures lunged, its body splintering into shards of glass mid-air before reforming as it landed. Rick twisted, the shard in his hand, flaring as he slashed it through the air. Light tore outward, striking the thing squarely and unraveling it into smoke. But more surged forward, crawling up from the black between threads, surrounding him in a tightening circle. The remnants scattered, streaks of light darting between the threads as if urging him on. The lullaby's melody shifted, no longer soft. It carried urgency, a sharp rhythm beneath the song, guiding his movements like a conductor's hand. Rick's body moved with it, the shard carving arcs of light that split through the creatures. Each one burst apart, but their fragments tried to reform, clinging stubbornly to the lattice. The truth hit him mid-motion, his breath catching. These weren't echoes of failure like before. They were something worse. Parasites. They fed on the lattice itself, gnawing at the threads, trying to sever the connections that bound everything together. If they succeeded, the bridge wouldn't hold. Neither would he. He gritted his teeth, slicing one apart before it could latch onto a glowing filament. So that's the game, huh? You're not just showing me memory, you're making me defend it. The shard burned hotter, its light spreading across his arm and into his chest. Each swing grew heavier, not because his strength waned, but because the weight of the bridge pressed through him, demanding more than his body should endure. Yet the lullaby pushed him forward, each note syncing with the beat of his pulse, forcing him into rhythm. One last creature hurled itself at him, larger than the rest, its body a jagged mess of fractured reflections. Rick braced, driving the shard upward in a blazing arc. The impact split the thing down the middle, scattering it into sparks that fizzled out across the lattice. The threads shivered, then steadied, glowing brighter in the aftermath. Rick staggered, panting, sweat stinging his eyes. His knees threatened to buckle, but he forced himself upright, staring at the arch ahead. The remnants circled back to him, their glow gentle, pressing close as if to steady him. The lullaby softened again, soothing the ragged edges of his breathing, the tone shifting from urgency to reassurance. Rick closed his eyes briefly, muttering, Don't baby me." His voice cracked despite the smirk tugging faintly at his lips. He shoved forward step by step until the arch towered above him. The lattice threads wove into its frame, pulsing with the lullaby's rhythm. Rick paused at its threshold, the shard trembling in his grip. He could feel it. The bridge wasn't just leading him anymore. It was waiting, testing. Every arch was pulling him closer, not only to its heart, but to the truth he'd spent his life avoiding. His chest ached as he whispered to himself, if this is leading me back to where it started, then fine. Let's see what the hell I've been running from. And with that, Rick stepped through the arch, swallowed once more by light that burned like memory given form. Light folded around him once again, but this time it didn't scatter into endless fragments or spiral into chaos. Instead, it coalesced with intent, streaming downward in cascading ribbons that wrapped around Rick like the folds of a curtain being drawn shut. When it cleared, he was standing in a space that felt tighter, more defined. No longer infinite threads stretching into nowhere. This was a chamber built of woven light, its walls bending inward like the ribs of some vast creature. The lattice here glowed steady, each filament taut, humming in harmony. It was quiet, too quiet, yet the lullaby lingered at the edges, softer than before, as if played from behind another wall. Rick steadied his breath, his knuckles white around the shard. He had grown used to the relentless noise, the collapsing echoes, the parasites clawing at the threads, but this silence unsettled him far more. It wasn't absence, it was anticipation. Something was here, watching, holding back until he stepped closer. He moved forward, his boots striking the glowing strands beneath him with a muted thrum. Each step rippled outward, lighting more of the chamber, revealing details hidden in the glow. Strange structures emerged, arches woven into each other, spirals of filaments twisting upward into columns. And within those structures, the light formed images, not just fragments like before, but clearer, sharper. A lab bench lined with tools, a cracked flask leaking a thin vapor, equations scrawled across walls, some scribbled out violently, others left unfinished. Rick slowed, staring at them, his gut twisting. These weren't random memories pulled from the depths of his mind. They were curated, chosen, laid out for him like exhibits in some cruel museum. You're really making me walk through the greatest hits, huh? His voice echoed faintly against the chamber walls. Except I don't remember half this crap the way you're showing it. The remnants circled close, their glow soft, almost apologetic. They hovered over one of the spirals, touching the image of the equations, and the light shifted, rearranging itself. Rick's breath hitched, the numbers bent into something else entirely, not just math, but music, notes overlaying the formulae, blending together into the very melody that had stalked him through the bridge. The lullaby. His hand trembled. He stepped back instinctively, shaking his head. Number no, that. He stopped himself, teeth grinding. His brain screamed recognition, but the memory still refused to snap into place. The chamber pulsed, as if sensing his hesitation. The lullaby rose, no longer distant, but inside the very walls, resonating with every filament. It wasn't just a song anymore. It was language, a message, a plea. Rick pressed a hand to his temple, groaning. Just stop trying to shove it in. If it's in there, I'll dig it out myself. But even as he said it, the chamber answered with motion. At the far end, the woven walls folded inward, shaping into yet another arch. But this one was different. It wasn't distant or unreachable. It pulsed in rhythm with the shard in his hand, calling him forward like a magnet. He walked slowly, every nerve screaming that something was waiting. The remnants clustered close, streaking ahead to hover at the arch's threshold. Their glow flickered erratically, almost as if they were afraid. Rick's breath deepened. So this is it, huh? The big reveal. Let's get it over with. He stepped through. The world shifted. The chamber dissolved, reforming into something more grounded, more familiar. No endless lattice, no spirals of light. He was standing in a room, 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor littered with blueprints, wires, scattered tools, a crude cot shoved in the corner, blankets wrinkled and half hanging off. It looked like one of his labs, early days, stripped down, desperate. But what froze him wasn't the room. It was the sound, the lullaby, not coming from the walls, not woven into light, but sung. A voice, human, clear, trembling slightly with exhaustion, but warm. So warm it cut through him like a blade. Rick turned, his throat locking. In the corner sat a figure, bent over a small cradle fashioned crudely out of scrap metal and fabric. A woman, her face half obscured in the dim light, hair falling across her cheek. She leaned over the cradle, humming softly, stroking the side of something small, swaddled in cloth. Rick's knees went weak. He stumbled forward before he even thought to stop himself, the shard burning hot in his grip. His mouth opened, but no words came. The remnants didn't follow him this time. They lingered at the edges, their glow dim, as though unwilling to intrude. Rick stood frozen, watching, listening. The lullaby filled the room, the same melody that had haunted him, fractured and broken through echoes. But here it was, whole, alive. Each note carrying something the bridge could never replicate. Memory. Her head lifted slowly, turning just enough for him to catch her face. Recognition slammed into him, sharp and undeniable. His breath tore out in a ragged whisper. Mom. The word hung in the air like a fracture, like a wound reopened. The shard in his hand pulsed violently, its glow spilling outward as though feeding on the admission. The room trembled, the lullaby faltering for a heartbeat before continuing, steady, insistent. Rick's chest heaved. He wanted to move closer, to say something, anything, but the air felt like lead. His voice cracked when he tried again. I thought, I don't even... The woman didn't look at him. She couldn't. She wasn't here, not truly. Just a construct, a memory the bridge had dragged from his mind and shaped into light and sound. Yet it didn't matter. The warmth of her presence was real enough to gut him. He dropped to his knees, the shard clattering against the floor. His hands dug into his hair as if he could tear the pressure out of his skull. The lullaby wrapped around him, pulling tighter, not as a cage, but as comfort. For the first time since stepping into the bridge, Rick didn't fight it. He let the song pour over him, let the memory hold him in place. His breaths slowed, uneven, until he finally whispered into the air, "Why now? Why show me this now?" The remnants drifted closer, their glow merging with the cradle, with the swaddled light within it. The answer wasn't in words. It was in the melody, in the way it carried sorrow and tenderness together. The bridge wasn't trying to torture him anymore. It was reminding him, anchoring him, forcing him to face the root he had buried deeper than anything else. Rick's eyes burned. He clenched them shut, jaw tight, shoulders trembling. He wanted to hate it, to tear the memory apart the way he had torn everything else. But the sound refused to break, and somewhere beneath the rage, beneath the grief, a part of him clung to it. When he opened his eyes again, the woman and the cradle were gone. The room dissolved back into threads of light, the chamber reforming around him. The lullaby remained, echoing faintly, but the presence was gone. Rick picked up the shard, his grip steadier now despite the shaking in his arms. His voice was low, hoarse, but steady. "All right," he muttered. "If this is where you want me to go, then I'll go, but don't think for a second I don't see what you're doing. You're digging me open, and when I get to the end, you better have a damn good reason." The lattice pulsed in response, the path ahead brightening once more. Rick wiped at his face roughly, then stepped forward, the lullaby still echoing like a ghost in his chest. The lattice seemed to respond to his defiance, threads pulling taut, currents of light gathering like breath, held in a vast lung. Rick pressed forward, his stride heavy but steady, the shard pulsing against his palm, in rhythm with the faint lullaby that still lingered in the air. Each step drew him deeper into the architecture of the bridge's core. The remnants clustered close, their glow dimmer now as though reluctant to move further, but bound to him by something they couldn't resist. The path narrowed, walls of woven light bending inward until he felt as though he were walking through the inside of an artery. Every few paces the strands flared, revealing flashes of scenes again, moments blurred at the edges, not quite memories, not quite illusions. He glimpsed his own hands wiring unstable circuits, sleepless eyes scrawling formulas in frantic bursts, and the outlines of doors slammed shut behind him. All of it familiar but fragmented, as though the bridge wasn't replaying his life, it was extracting what mattered to it. Rick's jaw tightened. He didn't need a cosmic therapist sorting through his garbage. Still, the unease crawling up his spine told him the bridge wasn't showing these things by accident. Each fragment bled into the next with deliberate rhythm, guiding him somewhere he hadn't been willing to go. The lullaby rose again, softer, fractured like a memory played through cracked speakers. Rick stopped, the sound echoing through the narrow tunnel of light. His throat worked as he muttered, "Don't think I didn't notice you switching tones on me. First you shove it down my throat, now you make it faint like I'm supposed to chase it. Real subtle." But even as he mocked it, his legs moved again, carrying him forward. The remnants flared faintly, brushing against the walls, and the tunnel ahead widened abruptly. Rick stepped into a chamber far larger than the last, the air vibrating with low resonance. The structure wasn't just woven strands anymore, it was layered, threads upon threads crossing in impossible lattices, forming a spherical space that pulsed like the heart of the bridge itself. And at its center hung a vast knot of light. It spun slowly, filaments intertwining, unraveling, and weaving back together with hypnotic rhythm. Every time it pulsed, the lullaby hummed faintly from within, not sung now, but resonated as though the knot itself breathed music. Rick stopped cold, the shard in his hand flared violently, threads of its glow reaching outward toward the knot like roots seeking soil. He yanked it back against his chest, teeth bared. "Oh no, you're not plugging me into that without a fight." The remnants drifted ahead, orbiting the knot in careful arcs. Their glow flickered with unease, as if even they hesitated to touch it. Rick narrowed his eyes, suspicion hardening into certainty. "This is you, isn't it?" His voice carried in the vast chamber, not just scraps or echoes. The core, the thing behind all of this. The knot pulsed, threads unfurling, and for a heartbeat the lullaby became clearer, words struggling to form in the vibration. Not speech, not yet, but closer than anything he'd heard since stepping into the bridge. The sound rattled his bones, tugging at the edge of his consciousness. Rick gritted his teeth. "If you've got something to say, spit it out. Stop hiding behind my head." The knot shuddered, and suddenly the chamber walls came alive. Strands bent inward, weaving images in sharper clarity. He saw himself standing in another lab, older this time, wires draped like veins across the walls. A machine stood at the center, a half-finished gateway humming with unstable energy. And in the corner, barely visible, the swaddled form from before, the cradle, faint, distant, flickering like a dying flame. Rick's breath hitched, his chest constricted, but he forced a laugh, raw and jagged. "So that's it, huh? You want me to connect the dots? Show me what I already buried and call it revelation?" The images flickered harder, faster, as if the bridge was growing impatient. The lullaby swelled until it became nearly unbearable, every note vibrating through his skull, demanding acknowledgement. Rick staggered back, clutching his head. "Enough! You think I don't get it? I see what you're digging at. You're not showing me my work. You're showing me what it cost, what I left behind, what I—" He cut himself off, breath ragged, chest burning. The knot surged, threads unraveling and extending toward him, wrapping around the shard in his hand. The pull was magnetic, irresistible. Rick tried to wrench it back, but the shard burned hotter, its glow merging with the strands until it was no longer just his grip holding it. It was part of the knot's rhythm. The remnants scattered, streaking to the edges of the chamber as though to give space. Rick dug his heels in, resisting, but the knot's pull wasn't just physical. It dragged at his mind, peeling back the edges of his defenses. The lullaby pressed against him, not demanding now, but pleading, as if begging him to stop fighting. Rick's voice broke when he finally shouted, "Why me? Why drag me into this?" For the first time, the lullaby fractured into words, faint, fragmented, but unmistakable. "Because you remember." Rick froze. His body trembled, his mind reeling. The knot pulsed again, threads weaving tighter around him, and the voice carried clearer this time, layered within the song. "You carried the fragment. You held it. You, when all else broke. You are anchor." The chamber quaked as the resonance deepened. The words weren't perfectly human. They wavered, distorted, but the intent was clear. The bridge had been searching, it had been waiting, and somehow Rick had always been bound to it, carrying the shard like a scar he didn't know he bore. Rick's throat went dry. He wanted to curse, to laugh, to tear the words apart, but all he could manage was a hoarse whisper. "An anchor? For what?" The knot flared, and for an instant, images flooded him, worlds collapsing into silence, songs cut short, threads snapping one after another into void. And beneath it all, a single constant, the lullaby, flickering but unbroken, carried through him. The shard in his hand dissolved fully into the knot, merging with its glow. Rick gasped, his body jolting as though a current surged through him. The remnants circled tighter, their glow frantic now, as if warning him. Rick staggered, clutching his chest, but his voice steadied with grim resolve. "If you're tying me into this, then fine, but you'd better start talking straight. No more riddles, no more lullabies. What the hell are you keeping alive, and why do I feel like I'm about to regret finding out?" The knot pulsed once more, brighter than before, and the chamber darkened as if preparing to reveal what had been hidden too long. The lullaby quieted, holding its breath, waiting for him to step deeper into the truth. Rick squared his shoulders despite the tremor in his hands. "All right then, show me." And the bridge answered. The light swelled, consuming the chamber until Rick was blinded. He staggered forward, but there was no ground beneath his feet now, only a vast weightlessness, as though the bridge had dissolved into raw current. The lullaby returned, faint at first, then building into a resonance that seemed to rise from inside his own bones. He gritted his teeth, forcing his eyes open. He was no longer standing in a chamber. Around him stretched an expanse of threads, infinite and unbroken, weaving across a black horizon without end. Each strand shimmered faintly, carrying with it flickers of worlds, moments, voices, all suspended in the lattice like insects caught in amber. And in the center, stretching taller than mountains, loomed the knot. No longer compact, no longer bound to one space, it rose endlessly, its strands running outward into every direction, pulsing in slow rhythm like the heartbeat of the multiverse itself. Rick's breath caught, unsteady. Jesus, it's bigger than I thought. His voice fell flat in the void, swallowed by the hum of the threads. For all his years staring into anomalies, into impossible infinities, this was different. This wasn't chaos, it was order, terrifying in its completeness. A structure so vast it dwarfed not just him, but everything he'd ever built. The lullaby whispered again, fragments taking form. Anchor, Rick, chosen, not by chance. Rick spat into the void, though there was no ground for it to land on. Spare me the destiny crap, I don't buy it. You're not calling me chosen like I won some cosmic raffle. You want something, so start talking. The knot pulsed in answer. Strands extended toward him, curling in slow arcs. For a moment he thought they'd wrap around him again, but instead they unfurled into images, weaving scenes in the air. He saw the bridge as it once was, whole, radiant, its threads singing in unison. Countless voices harmonized, not human, not alien, but something older, a choir of existence itself. Then came the collapse, strands tearing away, worlds shattering, voices dissolving into static. And within the chaos, a single flicker carried forward, a shard, glowing faint, spiraling through void until it collided with him. Rick's fists clenched, his voice was rough. So that's it! I've been hauling your broken piece all this time, that's why I can hear you! The lullaby quivered, then formed clearer words, layered and ghost-like. Not broken, preserved, buried in you, because you would not let it go, even when you forgot. Rick's chest tightened. He wanted to argue, to sneer, but the words struck too deep. Memories scraped at him. The faint hum that had sometimes haunted him in silence, the way certain notes in static used to freeze him mid-thought, the sense of something missing he could never name. He had always buried it beneath alcohol, equations, violence. But it had been there. Always. His voice came low, bitter. And now what? You want me to plug back in? Carry the weight for you? I've got enough regrets rattling in my skull without babysitting your cosmic song. The knot trembled. And this time the voice was clearer, pressing into his skull with urgency. Without anchor, threads unravel. Without anchor, all ends. Rick felt the weight of those words slam into him. Images cascaded across the strands, universes collapsing like burnt paper, voices silenced mid-song, lights extinguished. And through it all, the same refrain. Without anchor, nothing would remain. He stood silent for a long moment, staring at the lattice, stretching forever outward. The scientist in him wanted to pick it apart, map it, test its claims. But another part of him, buried beneath sarcasm and bravado, felt the truth in it. The bridge wasn't lying, it couldn't afford to. Rick muttered almost to himself, so that's what this is, not a vision, not a trick. You're handing me the keys to a dead engine and saying, fix it or everything burns. He barked out a dry laugh, shaking his head. Classic! The remnants reappeared, faint sparks orbiting him as though awaiting his choice. They weren't guiding now, they were watching. Rick rubbed his eyes, exhaustion cutting through him. All right, let's say I buy this, I tie myself in. Keep your big knot from unraveling. What's the catch? Don't tell me there isn't one. I've been around enough power plays to know there's always a price. The lullaby faltered, dropping into a low hum. Then, slowly, Anchor must remember. Anchor must hold all that was lost. Pain, grief, burden, no forgetting. Rick froze, throat tightening. The fragments replayed, scenes of cradles, voices he couldn't place, the echo of someone singing to him long ago. It wasn't just about holding the lattice together. It was about carrying everything it had lost. Every voice, every end, every silence. It would all pour into him. His chest burned as though the air had been ripped away. He whispered, almost involuntarily, "You're asking me to never forget." The knot pulsed once, steady, unwavering. Rick's hands shook. He wanted to scream at it, to tell it to find someone else, to call it insane for thinking he could carry that weight. But in the hollow silence, he already knew why it had chosen him. He had already been carrying pieces of it his whole life. The shard had lived inside him, and he hadn't broken under it, not completely. He had endured, and that made him the only one who could. His laugh was hollow when it finally escaped. "You really screwed up, you know that? You hitched your eternity to the most broken bastard in the multiverse." The lullaby didn't answer with words this time. It answered with resonance, a deep vibration that filled the void like steady breath, as though the bridge itself trusted him despite everything. Rick closed his eyes, his pulse thundered in his ears, his mind screamed at him to walk away, to sever the tie, to escape before he was drowned in it. But his hand rose slowly, reaching toward the endless knot of light. The threads reached back, wrapping around his wrist, his chest, his mind. The remnants streaked closer, merging into the lattice, their glow flaring. One last time. And as the connection deepened, the lullaby surged, not fractured now, not faint, but whole. It poured into him. Voices upon voices, grief upon grief, all woven into song. His knees buckled, his teeth clenched, but he held on. He would not let go, not this time. Through the agony, a truth pressed into him, whispered in 1,000 voices as one. "You are anchor, because you refuse to forget." Rick's vision blurred, the knot burning into his sight, the weight of uncountable lives pressing into his chest. And as darkness closed in, he realized he had stepped across the point of no return. Whatever came next, he was bound to the bridge. The song did not fade, it grew. The weight crashed into him like a tidal wave. Every thread, every fractured voice of the multiverse surged into Rick all at once, not as a distant hum, but as a storm of memory and sensation that tore at the edges of his mind. His body trembled violently, as though the very act of standing upright was being contested by the infinite lattice now binding itself to him. His chest heaved, and his breath came ragged, each inhale thick with echoes of lives he had never lived yet, somehow now carried within him. The knot was no longer distant. It wasn't even outside him. It had poured itself into his marrow, weaving its pulse with his heartbeat. For the first time, Rick felt the true weight of the bridge, not just what it was, but what it had been before its collapse. There had been harmony once, a song that balanced everything. Worlds rose and fell, voices lived and faded, but the bridge wove them into a melody so vast it transcended endings. And now that song lived inside him, demanding he hold it steady. Rick staggered forward, clutching his skull, his voice hoarse. "You're gonna tear me apart. I can't carry all this." He tried to laugh, but it broke into a growl. "I'm just a guy with a portal gun and a bad liver, not—" His words cut off, swallowed by another rush of voices. They pressed in with memories that weren't his. Children laughing under skies he had never seen, hands clasped across timelines that had already burned away, lullabies sung in languages lost to dead stars. The flood should have been unbearable, but beneath the pain he felt something stranger, the faint, stubborn pulse of his own thoughts. The lattice didn't overwrite him, it wasn't consuming him, it was forcing him to hold both. His broken self and its endless memory had to coexist, straining against each other without collapsing. He fell to his knees, teeth clenched. "Fine. You want an anchor? Then anchor to this mess. But don't think you're getting rid of me." The knot pulsed, and the voices softened. weaving around his resistance rather than against it. The lullaby shifted tone, no longer commanding, but blending with the rhythm of his breath. It was adapting to him, just as he was adapting to it. Rick exhaled shakily. For the first time since stepping into this nightmare, he wasn't just enduring, he was stabilizing. Slowly, painfully, he was finding the balance between the weight of infinity and the fractured man holding it. But then the threads around him trembled, not with the resonance of the song, but with interference. A jagged vibration cut through the harmony, sour and violent, like static ripping across a melody. Rick's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. The lattice shuddered as strands recoiled, sparks crackling outward like lightning across a shattered sky. Something was forcing its way in. Rick pushed to his feet, swaying but unbroken. His voice was sharp, teeth bared. "Who the hell?" A fissure split the horizon of threads, jagged and black, as though reality itself had been carved open with a blunt blade. From the tear, a presence seeped through, cold, mechanical, layered with echoes that weren't song but command. It wasn't part of the bridge. It was something outside, something that had waited for the lattice to reveal itself again. The remnants of light flickered anxiously around Rick, darting like sparks in protest. The knot itself pulsed in warning, its harmony straining to hold against the intrusion. Rick's jaw tightened. "So it wasn't just about me plugging in. You've got something at your door, don't you? Something that doesn't want this thing rebuilt." The tear widened. Out of it poured shapes, shadowed forms, built from jagged edges of broken geometry, crawling and twisting like constructs born from the ruins of collapsed code. They moved without sound, without faces, only outlines of teeth and claws that weren't real but conceptual, given weight by whatever force had driven them here. The knot's resonance turned sharp, vibrating through Rick's bones. Its voice rushed back into him, fragmented but desperate. "They are unmaking. They are the silence. They come for the anchor." Rick's teeth ground together. He spat on the void floor that wasn't there, bracing himself as the first of the constructs lunged toward him, all fractured claws and static shrieks. "Of course they do. Guess it's never easy." He yanked his hand upward, and the threads connected to his arm flared, instinctively lashing outward like whips of light. They struck the construct mid-leap, tearing it apart into shards that dissolved into nothing. The recoil burned up Rick's arm, searing his nerves, but he held steady, gritting through it. The power wasn't his, it was borrowed, strained through the knot, but for the moment it was enough. More poured through the fissure, hundreds, maybe thousands, each shape twisting in unnatural silence. The lattice shuddered under their weight, strands snapping as they crawled across the web. The harmony wavered, struggling to maintain rhythm against their spread. Rick's voice came rough, defiant. "All right, Bridge. You wanted an anchor. You got one. But I don't just hold things, I fight back." He thrust both hands outward, and the strands woven through him pulsed violently, shooting arcs of radiant energy across the void. They sliced through constructs in sprays of static, forcing back the tide, but the strain nearly ripped him apart. Each surge left his chest burning, his vision flickering at the edges. Still he fought. He had always fought, even when he pretended not to care. It was who he was. The lullaby rose again, louder now, weaving itself into his heartbeat. Not gentle this time, not soothing but fierce, carrying into him a rhythm of defiance. The bridge wasn't just asking him to hold anymore, it was fighting with him, through him. Rick screamed as another wave surged, his voice tearing raw. Light coursed out from him, threads lashing, weaving barriers that caught the constructs mid-charge and unraveled them into dust. But even as they fell, the fissure grew wider, and the presence beyond loomed larger, pressing against the edges of the lattice with crushing inevitability. Rick stumbled, chest heaving. Sweat dripped down his face, though there was no air, no heat. He knew this wasn't the end. This was only the opening act. Whatever force was out there, this was just the hand it had pushed through the door. He straightened slowly, defiance sparking in his tired eyes. His voice came low, rasping, but steady. "If you think you're tearing me out, you're in for a long fight. This bridge, it's mine now, and I don't break easy." The fissure roared with silence, a pressure so deep it felt like the sound of nothing consuming everything. The constructs howled wordlessly, pressing harder. The knot blazed within him, harmonizing louder, refusing to yield. And in that clash, the silence against the song, the unmaking against the anchor, Rick understood the truth. The fight wasn't about rebuilding or forgetting. It was about resisting the void itself. And he would not let go. The fissure spread like a wound across the fabric of the lattice, its edges dripping with black static that ate at the surrounding threads. Rick stood at the center of it all, his chest heaving, strands of light still coiled around his arms like living conduits. The constructs poured endlessly from the breach, their forms flickering between jagged shards and half-born geometries that twisted and snapped like broken code, trying to impersonate life. Each one struck with silence, not the absence of noise, but the crushing weight of nothingness that erased every vibration, every echo. When they landed against the lattice, strands went dead, collapsing into dust that drifted away into the abyss. Rick felt the loss in his own chest, the threads inside him pulsing erratically as if part of his bloodstream had been cut. Still he fought. Every flick of his hand lashed the threads into arcs of brilliance, tearing through the intruders. But the more he struck, the more he realized this wasn't a war of numbers, it was pressure. The fissure wasn't just spilling constructs. It was widening with every strike, letting the presence behind it seep further into the fragile structure. Rick wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, catching the faint shimmer of blood that didn't quite look like blood. It shimmered like fractured glass, bending light as it dripped from his lip. "Great, I'm bleeding metaphors now," he muttered, forcing a grin that barely held. The knot pulsed violently in his chest, its resonance pounding in rhythm with his heart. Voices swarmed him again, not drowning but guiding, aligning his thoughts with their harmony. "Anchor! Hold! Resist the silence!" He spat into the void, voice raw. "I am resisting, but you're going to have to give me more than cryptic fortune cookie BS. You want me to hold this thing together? Fine. Show me how." And then it did. The lattice threads surged, not just around him, but through him, flooding his vision with countless patterns, symbols, equations, structures, schematics of the bridge as it once had been, flashes of how it had unraveled, and hints of how it could be woven back. The knowledge was overwhelming, but beneath the flood was a strange clarity. It wasn't about memorizing, it was about feeling the rhythm, the way sound and silence had once balanced across infinity. Rick staggered, catching himself with a hand against a vibrating strand. His breathing steadied, slow and controlled. He raised his other hand, not lashing wildly this time, but guiding. The threads obeyed, weaving themselves into barriers that hummed with resonance, shaping arcs of harmony that repelled the constructs not through violence, but through balance. When the constructs touched the barriers, they didn't shatter, they unraveled, their jagged forms collapsing into harmless dust. A low laugh broke from Rick's throat, sharp but alive. "All right, now we're talking." The constructs swarmed faster, perhaps sensing the shift. Rick moved with them, hands flicking, steps deliberate. He wasn't just fighting anymore, he was conducting. Each gesture spun threads into defenses or lances of resonance. Each strike countered silence with song. The lullaby inside him rose higher, no longer faint but fierce, a melody reforged into a battle hymn. Yet the fissure did not close. In fact, it widened further, a black maw gnawing at the lattice. And from within it, something stirred. Not a construct, not a shadow, but a shape vast and formless, pressing against the edges as though the intrusion so far had only been its fingertips. The presence slammed outward, and the entire lattice shuddered. Rick was thrown to one knee, his barriers fracturing around him. Threads snapped like brittle glass, sparks cascading into the void. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright. The knot roared in his chest, voices colliding in panic. It wakes! The devourer! The silence behind silence! Rick's stomach turned as he stared into the widening fissure. He had seen monsters. He had fought gods, tyrants, cosmic entities who thought themselves untouchable. But this wasn't a being in the traditional sense. It was absence made will, a hunger that sought to erase, not conquer, a silence that wanted not to rule, but to nullify. And it was looking at him. The pressure bore down, not with eyes, but with awareness. Rick felt himself unravel at the edges, his thoughts fraying as if the thing were peeling away his identity, one layer at a time. He clenched his jaw, forcing the knot's resonance louder, grounding himself in the stubborn beat of his own mind. "Yeah," he rasped, voice cracking but defiant. "I get it now. You're not just a bunch of goons with static claws. You're the big one. The thing that's been waiting for this bridge to show itself again. Well, guess what? Bad timing." The silence pressed harder, and Rick's knees buckled. His skull felt like it was splitting open, every nerve screaming. For a moment, he thought he would collapse, that the weight would finally crush him into dust like every other failed anchor before. But then, amid the crushing void, he heard it again. Not the knot, not the voices. Something older, buried deep. The fragment of a lullaby he had carried since childhood, half forgotten, always lingering at the edge of memory. A tune sung softly once by someone whose face he could never recall. It rose now, clear and steady, threading itself into the lattice's harmony. His breath caught. For the first time, it wasn't just the bridge lending him strength, it was his own memory, his own broken humanity, answering back. Rick's eyes burned as he pushed to his feet, strands of light coiling tighter around his arms. The constructs faltered, as if sensing the shift in resonance. The silence loomed larger, but he stood taller, defiance etched into every line of his weary frame. His voice was rough, almost a whisper, but it carried into the void. "You want silence? You'll have to go through my noise first." The lattice blazed with light, threads igniting into a storm around him. The lullaby fused with the knot's song, twisting into a defiant chorus that roared across the void. Rick surged forward, striking not to kill, but to hold, to resist, to refuse the unraveling. The fissure trembled under the force. The silence beyond writhed, its formless body pressing harder against the fracture. Rick knew this was only the beginning. The fight ahead was beyond anything he had faced. But for the first time, he wasn't just patching wounds or running from ghosts. He was standing in the center of the storm, holding it together, refusing to let go. The knot's voices steadied, no longer fractured, but harmonized with his own. "Anchor found, the bridge endures." Rick grinned through blood and firelight. "Damn right it does." And with that, he braced himself as the void screamed back. The void's scream reverberated through the lattice, rattling every thread. Like a storm tearing at a fragile bridge. Rick dug his heels in against the shifting strands beneath him, sweat and light dripping from his body in equal measure. The fissure convulsed, its edges flaring with violent static, as the silence behind it pressed harder, pushing past the defenses he had woven. He could feel it testing him, probing every weakness, searching for a single loose knot to unravel the entire structure. His heart pounded, each beat synchronized with the knot's resonance. For a moment, he thought he might be able to hold the pressure steady, but then the silence shifted tactics. It didn't come as a force this time. It slipped. A sliver of nothingness threaded itself between the lattice strands, bypassing his barriers and stabbed straight toward him. Rick gasped as the intrusion sliced through his thoughts like a scalpel, scraping memories away in fragments. A face blurred. Beth's maybe, then another, Summer laughing, then Morty, voice trembling, eyes wide. One by one, the silence pulled them out of him, erasing not just the people, but the weight of them, the meaning behind why he fought. No. The words scraped out of his throat, strangled and raw. His grip faltered, threads slipping through his fingers like sand. The silence pressed deeper, threatening to hollow him out from the inside. Then the lullaby rose again, not loud, not triumphant, just steady. A single thread of melody winding through the cacophony of loss. It tethered him to something the silence couldn't quite reach. His fists clenched. He pulled on it, hard, dragging the tune into the open. The knot responded instantly. Its light surged, flooding through his veins, searing against the invasive silence. His memories snapped back in fragments, Morty's nervous stammer, Beth's stubborn glare, the faint, forgotten warmth of a voice that had once sung to him. They weren't whole, but they were enough. Enough to remind him who he was. Rick roared, his voice shattering the stillness. He twisted the threads around him, not merely repairing the lattice, but forcing it into motion. Strands bent, wove, circled back, creating loops that pulsed with resonance. The constructs reeled as the lattice itself became a weapon, its hum rising into a frequency that disrupted their jagged forms before they could even reach him. The fissure shook violently, as though the silence itself was startled by his defiance. It pushed harder, the black maw stretching wider, shapes writhing within its depths. Not constructs this time, but tendrils of pure absence groping through the breach with crushing intent. They struck the lattice like whips, severing strands with every lash. Rick darted forward, weaving counterthreads as fast as his hands could move, but even his augmented reflexes struggled to keep pace. Sweat poured down his face, his arms trembling with strain. The knot's energy was vast, but he could feel it draining, each surge costing him pieces of himself. Anchor, resist, endure. The voices in his chest urged, but they were faint now, strained. Yeah, easy for you to say, Rick growled, biting down hard against the exhaustion creeping through him. His knees wavered, but he refused to fall. The tendrils closed in, dozens of them at once, striking from every angle. Rick had no time to weave barriers. Instinct took over. He raised both arms, screamed, and unleashed everything the knot had left. The lattice ignited. Light exploded outward, a tidal wave of resonance that swept across the void. The tendrils recoiled, hissing with a soundless screech as they dissolved into dust. The constructs crumbled en masse, unraveling before they could flee. Even the fissure itself seemed to waver, its edges retreating under the blast. But the cost was immediate. Rick staggered, blood shimmering from his nose, his vision blurring. The knot inside him flickered dangerously, its song fractured. For a moment the lattice went quiet around him, and he realized just how fragile the balance had become. The silence beyond hadn't retreated. It was waiting, testing, and it had learned something about him. Rick fell to one knee, forcing himself to breathe. His body screamed in protest, but he locked his gaze on the fissure. He could see it clearer now. The edges weren't just tearing, they were aligning, as if something massive on the other side was pressing to step through. "You're not just trying to break the bridge," he muttered, voice hoarse. "You're trying to cross it." The realization burned cold in his gut. If that thing got through, if silence incarnate found a foothold in reality, there wouldn't be anything left to resist. Not galaxies, not timelines, not even the concept of sound or thought. Just endless absence. His fists tightened. "Not on my watch." He forced himself upright, swaying but unbroken. He reached deep into the knot, ignoring the pain, ignoring the cracks spreading through his veins. The lullaby rose with him, stronger this time, no longer faint, but resolute. He guided it into the lattice, weaving threads not just as defense but as locks. Patterns within patterns, seals layered over one another, each humming with resonance. The silence thrashed violently as the fissure narrowed, its tendrils lashing out with renewed fury. Rick gritted his teeth and held fast, every fiber of his being straining against the pressure. For every lash, he wove another lock. For every scream of absence, he answered with song. The void boiled with conflict, light and nothingness colliding in violent waves. The fissure shrank slowly, painfully, until only a sliver remained. But even as it closed, Rick could feel the silence's gaze fixed on him, not just as an obstacle, but as recognition. It knew him now. It would remember him. With one final roar, Rick pulled the last threads into place, the fissure sealed, the lattice glowing with raw energy before slowly dimming back to its fragile hum. The void fell silent, not the devouring silence of the enemy, but the steady, breathing quiet of a storm finally subsided. Rick collapsed to both knees, gasping for breath. His body trembled violently, every muscle screaming. The knot inside him flickered weakly, its voices barely whispers, but he was alive. And the bridge still stood. For a long moment he stayed there, head bowed, chest heaving. The lullaby lingered faintly in his ears, no longer an echo but a promise. He had won for now, but deep inside he knew the silence wasn't gone. It had retreated, waiting for another crack, another chance. And it would come. Rick wiped his mouth, his grin faint but defiant. "Round one's over. Guess we'll see who makes it to round two." The lattice pulsed faintly in answer, steady and fragile, waiting. And Rick, broken, bloodied, but unyielding, rose again, ready to carry the weight a little further. Rick stood amid the fading shimmer of the sealed fissure, his chest rising and falling like a collapsing engine, struggling to fire one more cycle. The lattice trembled faintly beneath him, but it held. That, more than anything, kept him upright. He had stopped the silence, for now. But as he steadied himself, wiping the streak of blood that still traced down from his nose, a thought bit into him sharper than any tendril had. This had not been victory, this had been delay. He could still feel it lurking just beyond the edges of perception, that gaze, cold and deliberate, pressing against the sealed fracture. The silence hadn't been beaten, it had been watching, learning. He had bought himself time, but how much? Hours? Minutes? Rick forced a ragged breath and reached into the lattice, running trembling fingers across its threads. Where once the strands had sung clearly, now they hummed with fractures, faint tremors of strain. The resonance was weaker, its balance disrupted. He had patched what he could in the battle, but whole sections of the structure were raw, frayed, dangerously close to collapse. "Stupid, reckless," he muttered, his voice low, acidic. "Throwing the whole damn knot at it like a sledgehammer, you'll burn yourself out before the real fight even starts." The knot pulsed inside him, a faint glow in his chest, flickering as though ashamed of its own fragility. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the lullaby thread through his mind again. It was weaker now, but still there, like a heartbeat reminding him he wasn't completely hollow yet. He clung to it, the only thing keeping his mind from unraveling under the weight of exhaustion. Slowly, he pushed himself upright, swaying. His boots dug into the threads as he forced them to realign. The lattice wasn't just a battlefield, it was a bridge. If it faltered, so would everything tethered to it. He needed to stabilize it, shore up its weakened joints before the silence decided to press again. Hands trembling, he began weaving. Smaller strands, thinner than spider silk, extended from his fingers, stitching across torn gaps. Each knot he tied bled a fraction of his strength, and with every stitch his vision blurred more. But he worked relentlessly, murmuring equations, mantras, fragments of the lullaby under his breath, anything to keep his focus tethered. Then the tremor hit. It wasn't from the silence this time. It came from beneath. The lattice groaned, shivering like a bridge struck by an earthquake. Rick froze, his instincts screaming. He scanned the threads, following the vibrations downward. For a heartbeat, he thought it was just residual backlash from the fissure's ceiling. But then he saw it, faint, almost imperceptible, but spreading fast, a ripple moving along the deepest strands, not absence, not silence, something else. Rick narrowed his eyes. Well, that's new. The ripple wasn't destructive, it wasn't cutting or tearing, it was searching, probing in the opposite direction of the silence, from the anchor point outward, toward him. He followed its trajectory, and for a terrifying moment he thought it might be another breach. But no, this didn't carry the void's cold hunger. This had a different rhythm, unfamiliar but alive, and then he felt it. A voice, faint, muffled through distance and distortion, but unmistakably human. It trembled across the lattice like static caught in a dying radio. "Rick, can you hear me?" His head snapped up, pulse hammering. The sound wasn't in his ears, it was in the threads themselves, vibrating with desperate insistence. He swallowed hard, throat tightening. "Morty!" The name rasped out of him before he realized it. He pressed his palm flat against the trembling strand, amplifying the resonance. The ripple carried again, stronger this time. "We don't know where you are." Machines went crazy. Beth's trying to hold the line, but static swallowed the rest, breaking into sharp distortions. Rick clenched his teeth, jaw trembling. The lattice wasn't meant for this. The bridge connected dimensions, not minds. Morty's voice was bleeding through cracks it had no business crossing. That meant the boy was close to the tether, maybe dangerously close. Too close. The silence had heard him. Rick's stomach dropped. He could feel it. The shift on the other side of the sealed fissure. That gaze had flared at the same moment Morty's voice reached him. The silence wasn't blind anymore. It had coordinates. Panic surged through him, sharp and uncharacteristic. He ripped at the strands, frantically layering new seals over the line Morty's voice had traveled. But no matter how many knots he wove, the echo had already gone out. The silence had listened. The lullaby inside him stirred, not with comfort, but with warning. Rick slammed a fist into the lattice, his chest burning with fury. "Damn it, Morty. You just painted a target on yourself." The ripple flared again, Morty's voice faint but urgent. "Don't leave us." Rick's breath hitched. For a split second, the exhaustion, the anger, the self-loathing cracked, and all that remained was the ache in his chest. Morty's plea wasn't a command. It was raw, afraid, and full of trust Rick had never felt he deserved. His fists trembled. The silence had marked them now, and there was no undoing it. He couldn't just hold the bridge anymore. He had to protect them directly. He straightened, his frame shaking, but unbroken. The lattice thrummed beneath his boots, threads alive with warning. The fissure was quiet, but it wouldn't stay that way. When the silence struck again, it wouldn't come only for him. It would come for Morty, for Beth, for anyone tethered to his existence. Rick exhaled slowly, a bitter laugh curling in his throat. Guess I don't get to be a selfish bastard anymore, huh? He drew deeper on the knot, ignoring the pain that lanced through his veins. The lullaby rose again, stronger now, fueled not just by memory, but by determination. He began weaving new patterns into the lattice, not just seals but channels, conduits that extended outward, protective arcs branching from the core. Each thread shimmered like glass, fragile, but burning with defiance. He wasn't just holding the bridge anymore, he was fortifying it. For them, for the voices that still reached him through the dark. The silence stirred in the fissure beyond, sensing his defiance, and the void's edge shuddered with anticipation. Rick's grin returned, jagged and grim. "Yeah, I hear you. Come and get me, but you're not touching them." The lattice pulsed with his vow, the lullaby swelling into a storm. The void answered with pressure, building, gathering, promising the next strike would be worse than anything before. And Rick stood ready, broken but unbowed, a single man holding the weight of infinity, because for the first time in longer than he could remember, he wasn't just fighting to survive, he was fighting for them. The lattice throbbed with a low, restless hum, as though it too understood what had just been set in motion. Rick stood still at its center, chest heaving, every nerve alive with a mix of dread and determination. He had thrown down his vow, carved it into the threads themselves, and the silence had heard him. The sealed fissure pulsed faintly in the distance, a heartbeat of nothingness, waiting. But it was no longer circling like a predator unsure of its prey. It was aligning, fixing itself to a target. Rick pressed his palms against the threads, trying to keep the channels he had woven steady. They shook beneath him, flickering as though already tested by pressure. His own body wasn't doing much better. His hands were unsteady, his vision rimmed with black, his muscles burning with fatigue. He could almost hear the mocking laugh in the back of his mind, some younger, more reckless version of himself, spitting venom. "You're gonna break before it even starts, old man," he muttered back under his breath. "Yeah, but I'll break standing." The knot inside him pulsed, strained but resolute, its rhythm matching the faint trace of Morty's voice still lingering on the lattice. That thread, faint and fragile, was like a candle in endless dark. He couldn't let it go out. Not now. A vibration rippled across the structure, sharp and cold. This one wasn't Morty, it wasn't searching, it was probing. The silence had extended a feeler, pressing against the channels Rick had woven. It wasn't subtle, its touch scraped like claws along glass, testing for cracks. Rick steadied his breathing. He didn't attack. Not yet. He knew the silence too well now. If he struck at its probe, it would pull back, gather strength, and return harder. He had to let it commit first, to stretch itself, to give him something solid to grip. The lullaby flickered in his ears, soft, steady, reminding him of patience. Not every fight was won with fire. Some were won by outlasting. The probe pressed harder. The lattice groaned faintly, and Rick gritted his teeth, his fingers digging deeper into the strands. Images flashed unbidden through his mind. Morty's wide eyes, Beth's steady but tired expression, their voices fractured by static. They were close enough to brush the tether, close enough that the silence's hunger would smell them soon. Rick spat, a bitter edge cutting into his words. You think you can just take what's mine? You don't know who you're up against. The silence pressed again, harder this time, and the fissure quivered as if it were a sealed door rattling on its hinges. Rick snapped his hands outward, weaving layers over the pressure point. It was like bracing a collapsing dam with raw wood, but he forced the strands to fuse, the knot burning hot inside him as fuel. And then the silence struck. It wasn't a cautious push anymore. It was a surge, raw, infinite absence crashing like a tidal wave. The fissure blazed with its unnatural glow, its edges tearing wider as it hurled itself against the lattice. The bridge shuddered violently, threads snapping, sparks flaring, where fractures raced along its length. Rick's knees buckled under the force, but he didn't let go. He couldn't. The lullaby roared in his skull, no longer soft but defiant, clashing against the void's soundless howl. He dragged its melody through his veins, pushing it into the lattice, stitching torn fibers even as they unraveled. Each repair cost him. Blood trickled from his nose, his lips, his eyes, but he kept working, every motion an act of rebellion. The silence pushed harder, the fissure widened another fraction, and for a terrifying second Rick saw beyond it, not shapes, not forms, but a vast blankness stretching without end. It wasn't space, wasn't time, wasn't anything, just erasure. To step into it would be to unmake yourself so completely that not even memory would remain. And then he felt it. Morty's voice again carried weakly across the trembling lattice. "Rick, don't stop!" Rick's throat closed. He could feel the silence pivot, focusing. It had heard Morty again, clearer this time, the resonance stronger because of the fissure's opening. The void turned its hunger like a predator, scenting blood, stretching its reach toward the faint echo of the boy's voice. "No." Rick's voice cracked into a growl, primal and raw. He slammed his fists into the lattice, forcing new channels outward, twisting the structure to reroute the resonance. If the silence wanted Morty, it would have to get through him first. He wove himself into the lattice directly, his own essence threading through its fibers, tying his pulse to its rhythm. The silence struck those threads, and agony ripped through him as though his veins were being torn out, one by one. His body convulsed, but he forced himself to stay anchored, teeth grinding so hard his jaw nearly broke. "You don't get him!" he spat through clenched teeth. "Not while I'm breathing." The lattice lit with his defiance. Every thread glowed faintly, trembling under the strain, but alive. The lullaby coursed stronger, threads of its melody weaving through his work, reinforcing each knot with memory, with love, with stubborn, brutal will. The silence recoiled, not destroyed, but momentarily checked. Its probe withdrew, the fissure quivering, shrinking slightly under the pressure of Rick's stand. The void's hunger pressed at the edges, promising it wasn't finished, but for the moment it hesitated. Rick sagged to his knees, body screaming, chest heaving like a furnace ready to collapse. His vision blurred, and for a moment all he saw was the glow of the lattice threads trembling around him. He could hear Morty faintly again, broken by static, but alive. That sound alone kept him conscious. He leaned forward, pressing a bloodied hand against the nearest strand. "I hear you, Morty. I'm not going anywhere." His voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, almost too soft for even the threads to catch. "Not until it's over." The lattice quieted, fragile but holding. The fissure dimmed, still sealed, though its presence lingered like a storm waiting just beyond the horizon. Rick closed his eyes, letting the lullaby carry him for a moment, not into sleep, but into stillness. The silence wasn't gone. It would strike again harder, smarter, but so long as he drew breath, it wouldn't reach the ones who mattered. And somewhere in the dark, the void stirred, patient, hungering, preparing for the inevitable clash to come. Rick tightened his grip on the threads, and even through exhaustion, a faint grin curved his lips. "Round two's coming. I'll be ready."